I cannot think of any other summit or conclave entirely dedicated to podcasts and the business of audio and storytelling. And so many acclaimed speakers contributing to our knowledge about this very fast growing medium of podcasts. About 40 million, about 40 million listeners listened to podcasts in India in 2019. I cannot, this figure in the pandemic year grew to 100 million, and it's only growing. And 100 million people listen to podcasts in America each month. And India, in India, the podcast listening culture is now picking up. The global podcast revenue market is expected to grow by above 30% every year. So why are podcasts so popular? Because you can listen to podcasts while walking, jogging, running, cooking, even working on your laptop when your boss is hovering around. Basically, it's a multitasker's medium. And India has a very rich audio, is also the oldest means of communication and storytelling. And India has a very rich culture of oral history, storytelling, and debating. One of the best oral and oral traditions in the world. Something told us, the Earshot team, the Earshot leadership team, that this would work as an enterprise, that we can create a great platform with audio. Today, Earshot is India's first Dolby Atmos-enabled audio platform. More than 2 million people have already listened to us, and it's growing very fast. Earshot comes in 5 languages now: Hindi, English, Bengali, Assamese, and Bhojpuri. And we promise you, by the time we are into Podfest 2022, the second edition, we will have all the Indian languages at least in Earshot. And that is probably our biggest strength. Languages, rootedness. You can smell your home in the sound of our podcasts. When you're setting out on an enterprise, you cannot plan a startup's journey on an Excel sheet. Otherwise, all startups would be successful. I mean, some of the best financial and technical minds have done startups. Many of them succeeded. Many of them, actually, majority of them do not succeed. Startups don't fold technically. They don't unfold technically. So, according to a preset plan. Startups unfold with risks, learnings, setbacks, challenges, disappointments, and yes, little joys. I will now introduce you to the team that decided to stick together in the face of all this. Even when it felt like we should just, give up, shut down, and just go back to our safe jobs. We didn't. We had a certain belief. Gaurav and I first came up with the idea of Earshot and started working on it. This was late 2019. Gaurav Chaudhary was my colleague in Hindustan Times. When I was the resident editor, he was the head of the business bureau there. And then he moved on to Money Control to run it, to edit it. And now he's the CEO of Earshot. You will hear a lot from him in the coming sessions. Gaurav is moderating at least a couple of them, I see. Then Rohit Upadhyay came in as the co-founder, and with something that we needed absolutely crucially to take this forward, a seed investment. After working in senior sales positions in TOI, Indian Express, Big FM, Rohit set up his agency. He's probably he was the first. He is the first entrepreneur among us. So he gave up his job. He set up this agency called I Brought 7, which is now India's biggest radio agency. And he's also the MD of Earshot Media. Then came Saurav Brahmer. Saurav, a lot of you know Saurav from radio. He's one of the star RJs and top class radio professional who's worked with leading houses like Radio Mirchi and Red FM. And Saurav brought the much needed audio storytelling and production finesse to Earshot. Saurav is our chief content officer. And around that time, Nagendra Sharma, again my former colleague from Hindustan Times, he also had a very successful stint in politics. He joined us as executive editor, and he brings also his tremendous experience and expertise from BBC, from his days in BBC Radio, years actually in BBC. That was the team. Now a quick wrap of the Podfest. After my introduction, you will watch Mark Tully speak to Nagendra Sharma on the future of audio. Then this will be followed by a session on market and money, which will be hosted by Gaurav Chaudhary, our CEO. The guests are Patrick Roger, who's the Vice President of New Markets at Swizz, and Abhay Thomas, CEO of Reliance Broadcast, Big FM and Big FM. The second session will be hosted by Shubho Shankar Chatterjee, who's an audio evangelist, professor of media practice, UPS Dehradun, founder of Shine and Shankar. And the guests are Anuj Siddharth, Deputy Director Marketing, MediaTek India, Vibhar Shubhadeep Banerjee, VP Marketing Services, ITC Limited. And the third session is on technology. We have Samit Seth, marketing head of Dolby India, Ken Phillip from Opalina Technologies, he's a co-founder, and Hemant Sajnani, who's the president technology of TV9 Network. This will be hosted by Sunny Sen, who's the co-founder and CEO of Consent. The fourth session will be hosted by Saurav Brahmer, our COO. The guests are some of the topmost podcasters from India and audio professionals. Amit Verma, May Thomas, R.J. Mantra, Nilesh Mishra. These are all names that you know very, very well. They need no introduction. And the fifth session is on mother tongue podcasts. This will be hosted by anchor and screenwriter Advaita Kala. The guests are extremely acclaimed singer Malini Awasthi, Bengali filmmaker Sudeshna Rai, podcaster and actor from Assam Udayan Duara, and again Assamese actor, very well-known actor Boracharani Bishaya. We will also, towards the end, have some of the premieres of our, some kind of curtain raiser of our top shows that are coming in the next few weeks. That is a surprise. Please stay tuned, and you'll see some of the best shows that will be unveiled today in English, Hindi, Bangla, Assamese, and Bhojpuri. And the whole thing will, the Podfest will end with a vote of thanks from Gaurav. Lastly, I want to tell you something. When Gaurav, Rohit, I, Saurav, Nagendra, when we were starting Earshot, there were two things that we could not foresee. We had no visibility on two things. One was COVID, two crippling waves of COVID. It was just days away, but we had no idea that something like that would hit the world and would hit our world. And the second thing that we didn't foresee at that point of time, we didn't even think about it, is that we would be here today with you on the completion of first year of Earshot, and or holding this Podfest, and that we are well on our feet, and we have a galaxy of amazing speakers addressing you at this festival of podcasts. So enjoy, please have fun, and please stay with us for the coming sessions, extremely exciting sessions. Thank you. Enjoy the sessions, and warmest thanks from the entire Earshot team for being here. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to this very special day for the world of audio. I am Nagendra Sharma from Earshot. As we turn one today at Earshot, the world's first Dolby-enabled podcast and audio platform, we are bringing to you the leading voices from the world of sound, technology, and markets. To kickstart our podcast, we have a very special guest, legendary broadcaster and acclaimed veteran writer, Mark Tully. Mark Tully, who needs no introduction, whose 6-decade-long career defines broadcast journalism and the evolution of sound in the world, particularly in South Asia and India. Sir Mark, as he is popularly known, was born in India, in Calcutta, now Kolkata, in 1935. And he returned to India in 1965, not in a broadcasting job, about which we'll be talking later. And he has stayed on in this country. He did not settle down in England. He has settled down in India. And his years in journalism, in broadcast journalism, were the most momentous, from the creation of Bangladesh to assassination of Rajiv Gandhi. Perhaps the most momentous years in India and South Asia. This is what Mark Tully covered, turned BBC into a household name through the impartiality and credibility. Sir Mark was honored with Order of British Empire, OBE, in 2002 by Prince Charles, and in India, he has been honored by Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan. Sir Mark, as I said, needs no introduction, and to kick off the Podfest, let's listen in from Sir Mark. Share his views on the Earshot Podcast Festival. Sir, we'll be discussing with you over the course of next few minutes the future of audio and something which has been very close to your heart for more than 6 decades now, close to 6 decades. Mark, sir, welcome to the Earshot Podcast Festival, and my first question to you is that why did you choose to be a broadcast journalist?
Well, I didn't choose. As in many people's lives, a fluke, luck, or God, call it what you like, made me one. Because I was intending to be a priest in the Church of England, but the bishop thought I was not the right person. So I then went and worked in the NGO sector. And in the NGO sector, the organization I worked in there was internal trouble and the founder was sacked, so I resigned in protest. And from there, I got a job in the BBC's personnel department. But I found it very boring. So when a vacancy came up for someone in the Delhi office, I held up my hand. And although I'd only been in the BBC 1 year, somehow I got the job. And it was in that job that I first started actually broadcasting. So if the bishop had let me be a priest, or if there had not been the rumpus there was in the NGO, if the BBC had not heaven only knows what reason.
So Mark, sir, it was by accident, and had that accident not been there, the world would have missed one of the finest broadcast journalists. Sir, on my reading up about you a little bit. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. So sir, on reading about you a little bit, I found that within 4 years you were back in England, and in 1969 you were heading the Hindi service. तो BBC की शुरुआत आपकी एक तरह से जर्नलिज्म की शुरुआत हिंदी सर्विस से हुई, उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए सर।
शुरुआत हुआ जब मैं दिल्ली में था, उसके बाद मैं हिंदी सर्विस ज्वाइन किया था, और मैं हिंदी सर्विस में बहुत सारे बाबूगिरी था, मैनेजमेंट, हिंदी प्री प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइजर मैनेजमेंट में था, और मैनेजमेंट में बहुत सारे बाबूगिरी है और मैं बाबूगिरी पसंद नहीं करता हूँ. सो मैंने एक जैसा ट्रांसफर किया और मैं हिंदी सर्विस की राइटिंग में शुरू किया. और एक वहाँ से मेरा जर्नलिज्म बिल्कुल तेजी से आगे जाता था क्योंकि मैं रोज रोज कमेंट्रीज लिखता था. और उन जमानों में वो बांग्लादेश के क्राइसिस शुरू हो गया. इसलिए रोज रोज
जी 1971 1971 का बांग्लादेश वॉर.
हाँ
Mark Saab, with close to 6 decades in journalism and almost the entire part, so you have actually seen radio, you have seen audio, you have seen broadcast journalism grow. Then, it faced a crisis with TV coming up across the world, particularly in India. What would you rate your most fabulous moment as a broadcast journalist?
That's a very difficult one. My most fabulous moment as a broadcaster, I suppose really one of the most, there's been so many interesting stories I've covered, from the assassination, the hanging of Bhutto, the Pakistan election which led to that, the return of the emergency and the return of Indira Gandhi, the Bhopal gas disaster, assassination of Rajiv Gandhi. So each of those had moments in them. But perhaps the one which pleased me most was announcing the victory of the Janata Party in 1977, because the Janata Party's victory sealed my return to India.
Yes, Mark Saab, I would like to tell the listeners that between 1975 and 77, you were not in India because the then Prime Minister, late Indira Gandhi, had ordered you to leave India when emergency was imposed. So the regime was angry with your reports.
Yes, actually almost all foreign correspondents left. I was told to leave within 24 hours. But the point is, when the Junta government came back to power, I knew all the Junta politicians. I was very fond of many of them. I was particularly fond of Chaudhry Charan Singh and Chaudhry Devi Lal. And I knew that I was not going to be thrown out by them. But had Mrs. Gandhi returned, I think she may well have continued the emergency, and then I might have been thrown out again.
Then you might not have returned to India. Mark, sir, a very natural question that arises is that you have told us that you became a broadcast journalist, not something that you wanted to do in life. But when other mediums came up, print was obviously older than radio, and then TV came up. Why did you decide to stick to radio? Why did you decide to stick to radio broadcasts?
Well, I did some writing and I did quite a lot of television. I did the whole television series on the lives of Jesus, for instance. I did a wonderful, at least for me, it was wonderful because I'm a railway maniac, and so I had the privilege of doing a television program called From Karachi to the Khyber. So I've not been exclusively radio, but my first love is radio. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And if anyone asks me whether I would prefer television or radio, I would automatically say television, radio rather, because I enjoyed doing it. I think the writing is much harder in radio than in television, because television, the pictures are painted for you, but in radio you have to paint the pictures for the listeners. Um, and when things, for instance, I'd done 3 um, uh, kumelas, and telling people what a kumela like is like is not an easy thing to do in radio, because
Absolutely.
such a
That is
unique
the
thing.
point that is the point I'm coming to. I want you to share that with the listeners. Mark, sir, how has the world of audio, particularly in storytelling, evolved over the years? I mean, has it been more challenging? Has it become more comfortable? What do you think?
Well, it's changed enormously. You know, when I first started, the BBC had its radio and television channel. In its radio channels, it didn't have any, in the news broadcasts, news bulletins, it didn't have any sound at all. And now, if you listen to BBC Radio, by sound, obviously there was sound there, but you didn't hear the reporter speaking or anything like that. It was all read out by the news reader. Well, all that has changed now. When I first started, one of the first stories I did when I came back to radio in 1971 was the Simla Summit. And in those days, you actually had to go down to the post office in Simla to give them a telegram to get your message across. And the idea of getting your message across in voice was ludicrous. You just couldn't do it. And then, of course, we went through the long period, where most of our voice contributions went by telephone. And that posed big problems of line quality. Now, of course, it is ridiculously easy, really, for you to put across voice material. So all that connectivity has changed hugely since my time. The competition from television has got much greater. The competition for listenership in India has got much greater as well. One of the reasons, I think, why the BBC was so widely listened to for a long period of time was because there was really no radio or television except either All India Radio and Doordarshan, the government channel, or foreign stations. So people turn to foreign stations, get independent, non-government news, and happily we had all those wonderful people in the Hindi
Yes,
service.
sir, you're making a very important point, and actually this is even taught in journalism classes, that when there was only All India Radio and Doordarshan, yes, newspapers were there, so the BBC credibility and impartiality that which you led, which turned BBC into a household name. But sir, with the information explosion, as you were pointing out, with the television coming in, and now with the digital world, the technology has done so much. So what do you think, sir, in today's world, rapidly changing technological world, is the future of audio in all forms, whether current affairs, whether entertainment, in all forms? So what do you think is the future of audio in the digital world?
Well, as you can tell from the trouble we had getting the signal together, I'm not a technical man. I'm not an expert on podcasting or digital or anything like that. But first thing and foremostly, I would say that sound radio, sound broadcasting, by podcasting, by listen back, by whatever it is, has a great future. I'm absolutely sure of that. There was a famous lady who was controller of Radio 4 called Liz, I can't remember her other name, but she once said to me, radio has a great future provided you don't put pictures with it. And what she meant is, going back to what I said earlier, the key thing to radio is let the sound do the telling of the story. Don't mix the two up. And if you start mixing the two up, you will lose two of the great advantages of radio. First is convenience. You can listen to radio, be shaving, be driving your car, be anything you like. You can't do that with television. Second one is this whole business of people making pictures for themselves. The thing about radio is you have to listen to it carefully. And if you listen to it carefully and create pictures for yourself, then it will go into your head and you will remember it. So if you start putting pictures to it, then radio listeners will get lazy and not put the pictures in, not draw the pictures for themselves, not use their imagination. That is one of the great strengths of radio.
Mark, sir, yeah, you were telling a very interesting point that the sound, let the story be told, let the sound tell the story in the world of sound. So, sir, when one has so many mediums, so what do you think are the major advantages of the world of sound, the audio today?
Well, I've mentioned them really, but I think the advantages are one, as we've said, you are left to imagine for yourself the pictures, and that means that the pictures stay much more firmly in your mind. Second one is convenience, of course. Third one is there is an intimacy about sound which is lacking in television. I remember I was once speaking in England at a function, and I said, I don't know why so many people have come to hear me speak. I'm only a journalist. And afterwards it was over, an old lady came up to me and said, you want to know why I listen to you? I'll tell you. And I said, and what's that? She said, because I think you're my friend. That intimacy between the broadcaster and the listener can be much more profound, I think, than the intimacy between the broadcaster and the viewer in television. So for all those reasons and many others, storytelling, has always been, in the Indian culture, for instance, a wonderful way of communicating, and people have always loved it. And I am sure that there's a great future for sound.
Yes, sir. Mark, sir, with the technological advancements and with the digital world now almost taking everybody by a storm, so now one of the advantages of audio also seems to be that in the world of podcasting, you can have a listener listening to you, individual listenership, having the listening at the time of the will, unlike the radio where you had specified times of broadcast. So
Yes.
So the point I'm bringing you to is that how Mark, sir, over the years, when you only had shortwave, then you had medium wave, then FM took up, though unfortunately in some parts of the world all programs are not allowed in FM. So sir, what do you think now from here on in storytelling? You see more innovations coming in. You see that more and more people will be hooked to innovations in the world of sound.
I don't, to be honest, I don't know whether there'll be more innovations. I know little enough about the existing innovations. But I do think that for my radio listening has radically changed, I have to say, because of the facility you have to listen to programs after they have been broadcast. So I'm no longer tied. For instance, many days I will listen to the BBC Radio's program, current affairs program, World at One, at about 6 o'clock in the evening when I do some yoga, whereas it was actually being broadcast now at about 5 o'clock. And often in the evening, I've just listened to a lovely radio program, a radio play series about, it's a version of the famous Victorian novelist novel about Indian politics in the 19th century, British politics in the 19th century. So I listened to that. It was broadcast on a week, different incidents each week, but I was able to lump it all together and sit down for about 3 hours or more and listen to the whole thing at once. So that has made a huge difference. But my worry about this is that what has happened in the BBC, for instance, is that too much emphasis has now gone on these things called podcasts, and money has been taken off Radio 4 to put into these podcasts. And I think that's very dangerous thing, because I think people still want also to know that at a certain time of day there will be a radio program they particularly love. Like, for instance, people in Britain are hugely addicted to the famous soap opera about village life called The Archers, which has run and run and run and run. And so many of them remember that, think of it as 7 o'clock Archers time. I must put on The Archers.
Sir, I'm shifting focus a bit from Radio 4, bringing you back to India. आपकी जो किताबें हैं, no full stops in India और India in slow motion, उनमें से किसी का कोई second season आएगा सर? Is any of those keeping you busy? कोई उसका second season की आप तैयारी कर रहे हैं सर?
अब मैं कुछ जैसे कहानी लिख दिया 1-2 साल पहले, और अब भी मैं सोचता हूँ कि मेरा जो जिंदगी के बारे में, अपने जिंदगी के बारे में लिखूंगा. एक पब्लिशर है जो बहुत उत्साह के साथ बोलता है कि आप लिख दीजिए. मैंने उसको कहा था कि मैं मेरे अपने बारे में नहीं लिखना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन बोलता है लिख दीजिए. लेकिन मेरा उम्र है 85.
Sir, you're turning 86 very soon, this month itself.
Yes. Yeah. 2 weeks time.
Yes,
yeah.
Sir. Yes, sir.
86, I would be. और तो अभी तो time है थोड़ा सा आराम करना है.
Yes. Sir Mark, it has been a pleasure to speak to you as always. We have had a very insightful and historical view of the world of audio. Thank you very much, sir, for participating in the Earshot Podcast Festival. We hope to listen from you more and more. Thank you very much, Sir Mark.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to this very special session on Earshot Podfest 2021. In fact, this is the first session of this Podfest. We also complete a first year today, so that's a special, very special day for us. And we have strategically chosen the first session to actually discuss the elephant in the room, which is money and markets. It's titled Money and Markets, and as you can understand, we are going to discuss how essentially to make money from or monetize podcasts. This is something that every individual podcaster, every creator, every podcast platform in India and elsewhere in the world is asking. And there cannot be two better persons than those who we have in the panel today, who knows the podcasting industry, who knows the audio industry, and who knows the technology, and also has the ability to look into the future and tell us, do a bit of crystal ball gazing for us. Patrick Roger, Vice President, New Markets. He has 20 years of experience in digital marketing. He's an expert in technology. He's someone who understands audio monetization and who has an overview of the global digital audio and podcast industry. He joins us from Paris in France. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us. We have Abraham Thomas, very lovingly called Abe Thomas by his friends and peers. He's the CEO of Reliance Broadcast Network Limited. He's a titan in this industry with more than 30 years of leadership experience, demonstrable leadership experience, and the ability to build and scale media businesses in a very, very competitive environment. He's a business leader, a growth driver, a digital entrepreneur, a brand builder with a proven track record of building and running large businesses for media, publishers across print, television, and radio, which is essentially the area of interest for us today. I would not be wrong if I say probably Abraham is one of the most sought after professionals to understand which way the audio industry is going and how it has panned out over the last 15 years. So Patrick and Abraham, extremely delighted to have you here on the show, and many thanks for taking the time out to be part of our Podfest, which on a day when we celebrate our first year. Patrick, if I may first come to you, marketers often apply different kind of key performance indicators, KPIs as we call them, which holds true for video or display advertising, and this also hold true for podcasts too. But my view is, and with my very limited experience of being in this industry from the other side of the fence, not as a creator, but mostly as someone who's trying to actually help podcasts monetize, help our podcast monetize, I would rather believe that the truth is a little different. The truth is not that you cannot have a standard KPI for all mediums. A KPI for video or a KPI for display advertising will probably not apply to KPIs for podcasts. In your view, what are the KPIs for measuring podcasts from an advertiser standpoint? Patrick?
Thank you. So first of all, in terms of the market KPIs, the industry, as you know, relies on the IAB guidelines, which and there is a tech lab that is working on building these guidelines that seller and buyer will follow. Okay, so that's the rule in the market since 2000. The reason for having a dedicated group focused on podcasts is because the podcast audience represents a steadily growing audience, right? And advertisers have noticed that is a very highly focused audience that chooses to listen to this content. And these listeners are very engaged. So that's why they spend time on the subject. Okay. So now in terms of why podcasts should be having different KPIs, I would say that it's, and by the way, podcasts have suffered from question on that subject since a few years now, is because of the dominant position of Apple, which owns 59 to 60% of podcast content at the end, and Spotify 10%. So why should we have different KPIs? At the end of the day, the listener will see no difference from listening to Ghana or Savan from the point of the listener point of view, right? Now the question is the mechanism of the podcast. The podcast is that you will either download the file and listen later, right? Or listen now, which is kind of progressive download as we call it, right? So at the end of the day, this is when we are talking about advertisement, right, we are talking about placing an ad on the content. So I don't see why I should have different metrics for that. So the only point where the IAB took place and to try and solve the problem is that Apple does not report on what is going on the player. You see? So if I listen to the podcast, I want to be able to know if I heard the ad, if I've seen the ad. You see? And the client side, the player does not respond to that. So this is why we had this discussion with the IAB Tech Lab, and we finally decided that the measurement should be made server side on the server. So involving all the players, the CDN, the CMS, and the advertising company like AdsWiz, right?
That's
to
right.
talk together and be able to finally say, hey, no problem. We are able to report on impressions. So the first ad should be okay. And to report on what we call the quartile, which is how much of the ad you are listening to. Okay, so at the end of the day, we have these metrics now that are officially proposed by the IAB, and everybody is following that. So we are able to measure the impressions under certain conditions, and the state at which you are listening to the ad. Okay, so
That's right.
what is today available on digital audio in general, okay, is also applicable to podcasts. And at the end, it's very different from what we have in display and video, because in display you are measuring impressions, right, and click-through rate. In video you are measuring impression and view-through rate. Okay. In audio you are measuring impressions and listen-through rate, which is the LTR parameter composed of the quartiles.
That's right. But Patrick, a key thing here is obviously data disclosure by all the platforms, which is something we'll come to you at some point later during the conversation. But Abe, if I may come to you, is there a broadcast to podcast kind of a solution, a hybrid format that meets audiences' listening preferences, delivers more value to sponsors, and also eventually saves the radio station time and money?
Well, thanks, Gaurav, for the invitation, and congratulations on completing a year. And you guys are really excited. And hi, Patrick. Good to see you again. I'd like to actually pull back a little bit and try to put things in perspective. I think the entire audio ecosystem needs to kind of develop for us to start getting into monetization and getting into amplification using terrestrial radio and all the other points that we have to do. If you look at it globally, live audio is a big chunk, is the dominating chunk of digital audio. That's a space which India hasn't seen too much of traction because of other issues like rights and whatever else. But if you're talking about downloaded audio services and podcasts, currently whatever we are seeing, there's obviously a huge growth in consumption. We're all seeing that consumption is really exploding, and that is obviously leading to creation of large inventories as well. But if you look at the way advertisers are looking at this currently in India, and I think that is a challenge that we have to address, they are probably comparing audio to video for reach and not for the power of the audio itself, which is why advertisers probably prefer branded content and having their presence exclusively in a podcast rather than also putting money on advertising spots. So unless advertising spots on radio start growing, the whole ecosystem won't grow, right? So I think somewhere this, for the whole ecosystem to go, I think the lessons is what FM radio did 15 years ago, when they actually evangelized the medium, went to advertisers and got them to start advertising on radio. I think a similar effort is required to evangelize audio, get people to start putting spots, and obviously on top of it to kind of get into branded content and branded podcasts and all of that. So somewhere I think we've kind of just jumped straight to the cream, which is the branded content play. There are other revenue models like subscription and transactional sales and all of that, which we will probably come to. But unless advertising picks up, and I'm saying playing of spots on audio doesn't pick up, this will always remain a challenge in terms of how does one exploit the entire audio market. And I think that is what we need to address. And I think FM radio is a great example of how over the years, from 15, 18 years ago, we've actually evangelized the medium to kind of reach a certain size. Right?
Yeah,
so
but that is also... So, sorry to interrupt, but if you speak to advertisers and people who are actually spending, the large ad spenders are also now proportionately spending, progressively spending more and more money on digital rather than on the traditional media. So my question here is, what does live radio give that podcasts don't, and vice versa?
See, in India, live radio practically doesn't exist, right? There aren't too many live radio options because of our music rights issues and all of that. So India is dominantly on streaming services and on podcasts. And unless there's advertising on this, you will not grow the entire pie. Currently, I know a lot of talent who are getting money from platforms which is on the basis of commission content. And I know a lot of syndication of content, like we've done a couple of deals where there's good money being spent by some of the platforms. But unless Patrick's ad exchange models start picking up and lots more advertising comes on to digital audio and podcasts, the whole pie will not grow. Today, we are over-emphasizing or over-focusing on this element of branded content, which is great, but I think that is the cream on top, right? The entire, and therefore the ecosystem for digital audio has to grow. Unless that happens, it will continue to remain a small piece and not kind of get the space it deserves.
That's right. Yeah. So, Patrick, I mean, this is a good point that Abe has raised, actually. So let me bring you in here, because you deal with dynamic ad insertions, and once it was introduced in 2014, which allowed for podcasts to transact on, as you said, on impressions, and DAI, as they are called, actually paved the way for more measurable ad buys. So it became measurable, it became monitorable. And this is my personal view, while this was it's a big step forward for the industry, for the audio industry, and also for the creators. Over the last 6-7 years, we have noticed that the financial benefit has heavily favored a handful of audio networks that are capable of supporting meaningful listenership volume. Do you agree to this? And if not, why not?
Well, first of all, I would like just to finish on what Abe was saying before. India has suffered from not having the simulcast radio simulcast business to educate the market, right? So digital audio in other countries has been discovered, because it's a new format, right? Has been discovered by with the help of simulcast streams, okay, which is not the case. So we are starting, let's say, a little bit behind in India, since only music platform have been able to use digital audio. So the audio format in general, just to finish on that, the audio format in general is new, but it's a great format. We have to demonstrate, and we have demonstrated already, that it works in terms of brand uplift, in terms of call to action and results that we can measure. Okay, so it's really new. So now just to jump on the question, and maybe for everyone that is listening, so digital ad insertion, dynamic ad insertion, sorry, DAI is, let's take one single show episode, right? That today contains pre-edited ads common to all listeners, exactly like in radio when everyone will listen the ad break at the same time and the same content. So with DAI, you imagine you can have multiple sponsorship campaigns, right, running in the same time. So, for example, one ad will trigger for people located in Bangalore, and the other ad in Delhi. Okay, so that's a simple example, but that's exactly what we are doing. So so we understand why it's interesting to have this kind of targeted ads, right? So now, what is the situation in the so-called more advanced countries, right, like US and Europe? You have to understand that still half of the potential podcast digital market is missing out because still 50% of the ads are still inserted manually.
Right.
That's one. Okay. And second, the big ad networks, we know their names, right, are still selling direct IO based, insertion order based, right? So 80% of their revenue is still made for these big ones direct. So sponsorship basically and host-read deals.
So these are native advertisings.
Exactly. Okay.
Okay.
So the reason why DAI will develop is directly connected to what the digital audio buyers want, right? And these are the ones that will be pushing, because they want what? They want content transparency, they want reach, and frequency. Okay, that's the first top three things they want to know. So even when they are doing programmatic buys, they want to know what they buy. Okay,
that is right.
And secondly, the buyers are looking for the choice of the ad, the targeting criteria, and even the type of transaction. Meaning you can do dynamic ad insertion using programmatic guaranteed, what we call buys, which is equivalent to an IO.
Okay? Right, but
where you define the price and the quantity of inventory you want to see.
Okay? Right, but the concern, if you speak to podcast creators here in India, is that while theoretically DAI holds out a lot of promise ever since, and it has evolved very rapidly over the last 6-7 years because of companies like AdSuites that have got into creating a very robust ad tech platform. It is the big players, those who can ensure a minimum, say, at 20,000 or 30,000 downloads or listenerships, actually are the ones that are going to command it. So it could lead to some kind of a few players actually completely commanding control over a very large ad market in the audio space, despite being driven by completely by algorithms. And that is something that we need to probably address. And that is a concern that we hear very regularly and repeatedly from individual podcasters who are quite good in their own creative pursuits and also the properties that the IPs that they're creating. But the nature of the DAI has been designed in a manner that makes it a little less democratic for the individuals and more leaning towards those who have big financial and marketing muscle power. On that note, let me bring in Abe. And my question is more about conventional radio. Say, for instance, it makes sense if you are broadcasting something that needs to be listened to in real time, like, say, a football match. But there was no point saying to our audience, we have got a great show on wine, but unless Thursday or a Saturday, you don't get to listen to it. Similar to how websites are now built, how do you respond to listeners' on-demand preferences in traditional radio stations?
I'm sorry, Gaurav, I couldn't get that question. I think there was a network issue.
Okay, I'll repeat that again. Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, now it's better.
Yeah, so I was coming to the whole appointment listening characteristic of a conventional radio station. It makes sense if you're broadcasting something that needs to be listened at on a real-time basis. Say, for instance, you're listening to a football match, commentary of a football match, or even a cricket match here in India. But I don't see, as a listener, I don't see any point in a radio station coming and telling its audience that we have got a great show on wine, but you'll only get to listen to it if you tune in between 9 to 11 on a Saturday morning. Otherwise, you don't get to listen to it at all. So just like websites are now being built on a mobile first to respond to user preferences for mobile devices, how do you respond to listeners' on-demand preferences in a conventional radio station?
See, conventional radio consumption is essentially a background medium, right? You're multitasking, and it's kind of a habit that every morning you tune in. It's live and it's local, and it's telling you at 2:15 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon what is happening around you, right? So that is a different need, because of which people kind of tune on into live radio. Moment, and it's therefore not necessarily done on the basis of appointment viewing, right? So therefore, conventional radio has that live and local feel, which is why people kind of listen to it. It's also a background medium, so it helps you multitask while you're doing other stuff. When you get into a podcast, it's a highly involved medium. You're plugging it into typically heard on through your headphones, and therefore you're involved. So obviously that audience is a very involved audience, and therefore has a higher premium compared to a multitasking audience. But the point is, my entire premise is that unless the overall number of brands who get excited about getting onto audio increases, just growth in consumption is not driving revenues onto this. For a advertiser, he's comparing us trying to put a spot on YouTube or Facebook vis-a-vis trying to put a spot on digital audio. That is probably, unless that demand side increases, overall monies on audio will not go up, right? So it's not about some content works brilliantly live. A lot of content works at a fixed time of day, which is my habit when I'm kind of driving to work, or I'm working out, or I'm listening to it when I'm on my morning walks. But for that whole ecosystem to change, just branded content and brands sitting on one particular piece of content is not enough to drive this whole system. So, when you're saying that in 2023, the size of the podcast market is going to be 17 crores.
That's now, right. 173 million.
How large is that? Look at the amount of creators, look at the amount of content that's coming out, and see what a minuscule proportion of brands are kind of chasing them. So the task is to go evangelize the power of audio, evangelize the deep involvement and engagement levels that audio offers, and get more and more brands to start advertising on radio. And we all see that because of the explosion in video, there is a blue screen fatigue, and which is why audio consumption is going up as well. But unless we are able to attract brands and advertisers to start using that, we will keep kind of playing in that smaller bucket.
Yeah, I like your optimism, because from what I gather from whatever you have said in the last few minutes, is that you don't see podcasts actually eating up conventional radio's breakfast, at least in the near foreseeable future, which is what many analysts actually speaks on of a direction that is taking place, of a road that is taking place in the opposite direction, which is quite good. It's good for the conventional radio industry. But there is a minor matter here. The minor matter is from an advertiser's point of view. It's very easy.
You're cutting.
Sorry, I'm losing you again. Patrick, are you able to hear Gaurav?
No. Gaurav, we're losing you.
There you go. Abe, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
You're back.
Sorry. Apologies for that interruption. There was a network issue. I don't know where it happened, either at our end or at the StreamYard platform. The question I was asking is, I like your optimism because you seem to believe that podcast or digital audio is not going to eat up conventional radio's breakfast or lunch, at least in the foreseeable future, which is good for the audio industry, which is good for creators. But there are two problems. There are two challenges here. One, from an advertiser's point of view, it's very easy for me to measure the ROI in a digital ad. And from a creator's point of view, it is very easy. There are tools now, like the ones that AdsWiz and Patrick is dealing with, to find out what the listening preference is for the specific audience that I'm targeting to reach. How do you measure both of these in conventional radio? Because it's eventually the radio station's world versus the rest of the world.
Yeah. So, okay. Let me answer this in two parts. One is, I think the overlap from a listener point of view between what a podcast can offer you and what live audio can give you is not very large, which is why I think they both will coexist, right? Because this has its own benefit and utility, and downloaded audio streaming services, whether it's music streaming or whether it's podcast, has its own benefits and utility. So the two will coexist, and which is why, because the overlap is not very high, except in the case of some formats which we do it on radio, like storytelling and stuff that we do very successfully on radio. So I think they will coexist. If you look at it, revenues on digital audio are still probably 10 to 15% of what FM is still able to command. Yes, this pie is growing. So while traditional medium has the limitation of the data available, there are multiple campaigns now that drive on outcomes, and we are able to deliver outcomes, and therefore we are able to kind of get brands to keep coming back to radio. The challenge the challenge for digital audio is not enough brands are coming onto it, and that is what I think we have to address.
It's on mute. It's on mute. It's on mute.
Hello and welcome to this very special session of Earshot Podfest 2021. We have had fruitful rounds of discussion over the last 1.5 hours, but now we, as it were, get into the business end of the podcasting industry. Today also happens to be our first anniversary, and what better way to discuss a session titled Brands and Podcasts among a stellar group of professionals who has been at the forefront of marketing, of communications, and have also built several world-class brands from across the world. We have with us Anuj Siddharth. Anuj Siddharth is the marketing and corporate communications and brand strategist head at MediaTek. His role at MediaTek is to craft marketing communications, B2B and B2C marketing and public relations strategies. He's a thought leader, a speaker, and passionate marketing professional. He's a firm believer that diving deep into consumer mindsets and developing branding and marketing communication strategies is what the tech industry needs. Something that will, during the course of the next 40 minutes, we are going to deep into his expertise to understand what are the latest frontiers of technology that communication can actually exploit. We have Vijay and Khatri, who joins us from Dubai. He has over 19 years of experience in B2C and B2B integrated marketing, having worked across brands like Epson, Microsoft, NEC, HP, and Barco. His areas of expertise are brand management, campaign management, marketing, profit center management, and a whole host of other related areas, including advertising and network channel management. Welcome, Vijay. And we have Shubhadeep
Thank you.
Banerjee. Shubhadeep Banerjee is the Vice President of Marketing Services at ITC Limited, one of India's biggest consumer goods conglomerates. He has been instrumental in evolving areas like consumer insights and strategy, media and customer care. One of the many areas that he has successfully started the function of data and analytics, and that is something that we'd actually like him to touch upon today as we delve deep into to understand a consumer's mindset, how preferences are built, and how to build those into marketing of brands. Welcome, Shubhadeep, to the show. Thank you all for joining us. I offer my apologies for the technical glitch in the run-up to this session. These are things, these are known unknowns that we have to contend with. But many thanks for joining us, particularly because it happens to be your first birthday, and we look forward to your support in all of this. First, Shubhadeep, to you. This is a podcast as a format of content production is growing, and some brands have become interested in value that podcasting can bring to the business. One of the things that podcasting allows is allows brands to communicate to a very captive audience because the communication is very individual, very personal. What's your view about podcasts as a brand communication vehicle?
So honestly, Gaurav, first of all, thanks for having me over on this particular show, and congratulations for your first birthday
Thank you so
to
much.
the entire team at Earshot.
Thank you so much.
Gaurav, honestly speaking, podcast is a space that, as our brands at ITC, we have hardly really dabbled with. While we try to understand what is the role that podcast can play in building our brands and their muscles, while we have used a lot of voice, a lot of sonic-based content creation, bots applied multiple places. Let's come to podcast where we have yet not created any content. Having said that, there is a large play that we are having on podcast. Going forward, you will soon see that coming up. We find that the consumers, we did a bit of research around it, and we found that people are very, very, like video on demand has started to grow significantly. Audio on demand has seen early shoots, yet to really scale up to that space where we would all love it to go to. Jury is still out, how it goes, how it progresses, how it evolves. But we felt that it's very sharply defined need state of a consumer,
That's
which
right.
means that let's say we have the chefs of from ITC hotels, right?
Yeah,
And the tips and tricks of how to make great recipes, but very conveniently, very quickly. How
that's
to
true.
add the little twist in
Yeah,
what they are cooking, right?
yeah,
That could be a great brand series that can be constructed, and that's
absolutely.
one of the areas that we are looking at. While we are parallelly looking at about skincare, for example,
Yeah, yeah,
um, that if skincare is so important, not maybe as important as in Southeast Asia, etc., but fairly important in the pecking order of how consumers look at that from a need
absolutely.
state window. So this brand series where brands play a subtle role, whereas the content plays to the seek out behavior of a consumer, right? That's where I think the larger role we think as brand owners that we would like to play on the growing podcast space for building our brands. Very guilty of not having used podcast yet, but that's how we envisage, that's how we visualize the role that we would like our brands to play. Starting point being around recipes, being a large food and beverage company, we would like to look at
Absolutely.
that as well as use the expertise of our chefs. So, what we also learned by speaking to people who listen to podcasts is the authenticity and the trust factor that gets built when somebody's listening to a content piece. So that's, and we all understand today the role that trust as a facet or a parameter that it plays today in choice making of for consumers or within amongst consumers, right?
That's
The
right.
larger brands, and we've seen the law of double jeopardy space or pan out strongly
Right.
during the COVID space, right? So
Yes.
trust becomes a key point.
That's right. Thanks, Shubhati, for this insight. In fact, let me also take this opportunity to actually to also thank you. While you said that ITC hasn't really dabbled in podcasts, but for Earshot, ITC had actually agreed, and we were a newbie then to come on board as a principal sponsor for one of our signature podcasts last year. It was in Bengali. It was called Purono Kolkatar Golpo, and I should take this opportunity to thank you because you helped us in getting ITC on board.
In
That is
fact,
one of our,
I should tell you, Gaurav, that inspired us to. If you are from, I don't know, you're based out of Calcutta or
Noida, Delhi.
Noida. So the nostalgia of Calcutta, many of us, a large
Yes.
chunk of people based out of Calcutta have left Calcutta
Yeah.
because of unfortunate, whatever reasons, etc.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the nostalgia of Bengal and the nostalgia of Calcutta, nostalgia of our growing
Yeah.
years,
Yeah.
has become the core of one of our brands, inspired
That's right.
from the podcast that you are mentioning. That was a
Yeah.
brand that just took birth at that time, and we thought, why
That's right.
not look at this as the core
And
proposition?
I would also recommend that whenever you get the chance, we have a series running called Hello 90s. It's in Bangla. And
Okay.
whenever you get the opportunity, you just take a listen. And it fits it perfectly into the description you made of nostalgia and Kolkata. You'll probably relate to it very, very strongly. Coming to you, Vijayant, with lifestyle on the go and the power to have podcasting on demand, which allows companies to brands to tell their story anywhere at any time. And the beauty of podcast is that it's a non-screen based medium, so it's hands free. Your eyes are free, your hands are free, and it basically allows you to multitask and still consume the content. Which helps, that characteristic kind of helps establish authority in an industry and create brand and advocates along the way through very great compelling storytelling through audio. Do you see this getting more and more mainstream in India?
Of course. First of all, thank you for inviting me, and congratulations on your first birthday.
Thank you so much.
And it's a great forum to share with other eminent speakers as well. I think
Yeah.
the important point which you have just made, and I think carrying on from what Shubhadeep also made, was around the storytelling from podcast. Now,
Yeah.
it's more like you're all ears to listening a value-packed content which has got more stickiness. And to the example which he cited was again around chefs, which also can do a real-time hyper targeting as well through
Yeah.
podcasts. Now,
Yeah.
talking of India market, particularly that we've seen over the last few years, India has become the third largest market when it comes to consumption of podcast content, with a CAGR of 34.5% growth. Especially
Yeah.
during the pandemic, we saw during 2020, as per the KPMG report, that it was a 34% more growth in terms of the podcast content which was being taken. Now,
Right.
another important point that I would like to make is the millennial population within India. It's almost 34%. And when a survey was done, again, we found out that, hey, out of that, 60% of these millennials in India found that podcasts were life changing for them. They were more informative, more educational. Now, Spotify owned Anchor, which is again a platform which makes podcasts. It's
Yeah.
interesting to know that they added over 25,000 podcast series in 2020.
Right.
And it's pegged as per a PwC report that say around in 2023, there will be active 176 million listeners within India. So as a market, it's growing huge when you talk of India. One more
That's right.
important point, yeah, is there were again parents who were surveyed by Spotify, and they found the content within India that's available, which is far more educational, far more informative. And this all revolutionizes the word called digital transformation. We all are going
That's right.
through digital transformation as an era. And I think as brand custodians or brand owners or brands or brand marketeers, whether it's India or even if it's outside India, podcast is something which is the new form of content on entertainment.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. And these are very, very important points, and it kind of also fits into the kind of belief that we also have when we actually got into this and this setting up of this platform. And also the beauty of India, the advantage of India as compared to the rest of the world, is that it's a very multilingual country. So when for brands, when you are talking in your mother tongue, and a brand is talking in a storytelling format in a mother tongue, that makes it even more impactful, because then it's not a one size fits all kind of a marketing approach that you have towards brand building, which video or text offers you. So this offers you far more individualistic and far more personalized relationship building with potential and existing customers to build your brands.
So talking of, sorry to cut you. So talking of relationship building, and I think another leg to this is building communities whilst you are building relationship. And currently the lifestyle is more on the go. So whether people are traveling or at leisure or on work, I think that's a great medium to reach to the mature audience. Like we have the traditional digital, online, social media, print, but I think podcast gives you that one good lever to kind of organize your content. And at the end of the day, right from, as I mentioned earlier, a very sticky content. Also, you can emblem a lot of thought leadership as well. So yeah,
that's right. On that note, let me bring in Anuj. Anuj, you are part of the leadership team of a very large tech company. Now, what we have been so far talking over the last 10-15 minutes is about podcast as a brand building tool from the B2C point of view. But I'd like to know, but podcasts also have a very strong B2B. It can create very strong B2B communication vehicles. So how and why are podcasts used as a marketing tool in a B2B setting? For instance, I'll give you an example. American Airlines has an internal podcast called Tell Me Why, in which the CEO actually addresses and talks to all employees. And and that's quite understandable why I have chosen podcast as a communication tool for reaching out to the employees, is because in an airline, typically there is a big large corporate office where there'll probably be about 1,000 employees, and rest of the 50, 60, 70,000 employees are either flying somewhere or in the skies or in some airports across the world. Now, internal podcast kind of gives you an opportunity to reach out to all of them on their handheld, without actually expecting them to sit down on the desk and listen to what the CEO says. Do you think this is going to get more and more mainstream, and at some point in time, this is going to have a broader B2B podcasting is also going to have a broader marketing strategy?
Absolutely. Thanks, Gaurav, for having me here today, and hi to everyone, and congrats on completing your 1 year. Certainly, I believe podcasting is certainly one of the interesting and important marketing tool. And whether we talk about B2B, we are talking about B2C markets here, right? And and you guys also mentioned, the fellow members have also mentioned, the lot of interesting use cases, around podcasting, So certainly, to build upon trust of audiences, more sales, about updating your end consumers, I believe there are a lot of benefits of it. The biggest benefit, what I foresee is that, and most interesting thing, it is the listener, who chooses whenever they want to listen to, whatever, content, the active consumption of the content approach. It is certainly amazing approach here, So that's why to answer the question, in a manner, yes, certainly, in the times to come, why not, podcast. And because, we understand that, these podcasts is so interesting, one can, listen to almost all the time, whenever, whatever they are doing, or not doing probably anything, right? So, and targeting, any particular businesses here, I believe it's a classic example, I mean, talking about playing and making, building and maintaining the relationships, when we talk about from that angle, from that of any kind of communication which we want to do, right? So it could be of high importance also from a B2B perspective today, right? And most interestingly, the kind of thought leadership, which one builds out of it, I think in a broader perspective of marketing strategies, I feel, they are like, more personal, mobile friendly, a lot of advantages, which we see on the table today, right? The increase in the mobile penetration today, right? it's also helping in, right? And probably more closer points to the consumers is something which one is able to offer through a B2B perspective, right?
That's
Further
right.
moving
Yes.
on, another interesting point is the cost and the time efficient. It
That's
is
right. Yes.
actually it is something very interesting. It is actually encouraging a lot of active listeners today, right?
Yeah.
Again, talking about internal employees, right? You talked about this airline example, right? I would say, reaching out to your internal teams, right? Resources are so important in any of the organizations, right? At any bent of time, right? I mean, we need to be creating that right kind of a rich content, which is actually very close to their heart, right?
That's right.
In terms, right? And not only that, even at BLEDEC also, we understand the growing importance of these podcasts, and slowly we're also trying to, have them as a part of our marketing strategies, In fact, we recently, did our campaign, which is called as Incredible In and Incredible Out. We did
Yeah.
a 360 round of tactics, to promote our campaign, which essentially means, the kind of technology, what we are putting in our MediaTek Dimensity 5G chips, shapes
Yes.
up
Yes.
amazing experiences, get out of it, right? So
Absolutely.
certainly, I'm even trying to add, this kind of a narrative also in the, and adding, this clubhouse in the coming times. Very interesting
Yes.
example, my colleague at ITC T-shirt, right? So yes, so we also collaborated with OnePlus as a brand, and we did a clubhouse session with them. It was so interesting, a B2B based companies reaching out to a consumer is also becoming really, really important, So
That's right.
yeah, so I believe it is just the matter of time that these podcasts are going to be adding a lot of value, be it B2B or B2C. Yeah.
Right. It's good to hear because we also share similar optimism, and that is the reason we are here. That's the reason we are here and doing whatever we are doing. And at some point in time, when all of you actually open up the purse strings on marketing and brand communication for podcast, I think we'll also be net gainers. On that note, Shubhadeep, let me come to you. Each one of you will hear from me separately. Maybe from tomorrow onwards, and you have to pardon my sales spiel because that's part of my day job. Shubhadeep, if I may come to you, you also you are a digital audio digital media evangelist in many respects, and you have really studied and data and analytics from an advertising point of view, from an ROI point of view. When do you think spending in podcast or audio spending, for instance, audio content spending will actually get part of the media buying plan of large conglomerates like you? Because when I speak to my friends, both within ITC and outside ITC, and ITC is one of the biggest ad spenders, they tell me, well, Shubhadeep is studying, and I think some decisions will be expected.
No. Come on. No, so let me be a little. So Gaurav, I don't think we are debating the point of
Yeah.
the role of voice
Yeah.
or the role of sonic
Yeah.
or having your content um, in music, for
Yeah.
example, right? Why? Because uh, search led, so voice led search has become big, right? You're an FMCG player, right? You
Yeah.
need spaces where there are lots of people, right?
Yeah.
A 10 rupee biscuit packet, a 10 rupee chips packet, and noodles packet, etc. You need everybody to buy that, right?
Mm.
So when it comes to pure play brand saliency, I think the
Yeah.
fundamentals of marketing do not alter, right? Whether hence your choice of medium, your choice of vehicles, they are guided by certain fundamental principles.
Mm.
Um, we also have read, heard so much that it the brain functions better when there's an audio and a visual medium, right? We tend to recall, we tend to register, we tend to remember more when there is a audio supported with a visual medium, right? Things
Yeah.
that we
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
learned, read
Yeah.
a lot in the past. Having said that, does audio content matter? If I and when we evaluated Gaurav, the probable opportunities for brands to engage,
Yeah.
we see some of those fundamental places. Announcer, so Going back to the offline world, you said, oh, this is what the RJ does. Okay, now let's hear about a pre-recorded advertisement. Oh, this is like a pre-roll, mid-roll, right?
Hmm.
But when it comes to brand endorsement, it matters who is endorsing.
Hmm.
And we have podcasters which are really well known. That's why
Yeah.
I added the word trust, that
Yeah.
it brings in the aspect of authenticity, it brings in the quotient of empathy in the
Mm.
content amongst the set of people who have heard you through a podcast. Right? The other big point, Gaurav, that we have understood is what I mentioned about the brand series. Now,
Hmm.
during COVID phase, we did one brand series on Star Television itself, called the Five
Yes.
Star Kitchen, right?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
did one similar thing called Comedy Adda, again on Star Television. So these were branded content, and we ran it like a TV series
Yes.
over a longish period. The idea is to utilize endorsement as a process, as a way, and utilize brand series to build the brands. So the
Yes.
purse string is completely related to whether it shifts the needle.
Yeah.
The shift the needle in terms of whether did it effectively. I mean, the end point is
Yeah.
always the same, that did it lead to a positive consideration and then end up in buying, but more importantly, did it help you flex your brand muscles, did it deliver? So what core of the core KPI that we will be searching for, it's a new space, so it'll be a learning phase for us
Yeah.
as we keep investing. And that's why we the first instance we got an opportunity, we invested, right? We
Yeah.
wanted to learn more about what
Yes.
happens when people listens
Yeah.
to it, right? So we will continue to invest, learn, change. Maybe there would be some course corrections basis the learning that we will have, but the core objective would be: does it help you in memorability? Does it help you in hence building your brand world? So I
That's right.
think that's the only two KPIs that we will probably look for,
Mm.
um, because there are lots of stats. Like, I mean, there's an information overload that we are talking here, but
Yeah.
I think that's the only. It's not about. I'm not going to touch upon stuff saying that okay, what is the ROAS happening through a
Yeah.
podcast? Too
Yeah. Yeah.
early in the life cycle of podcast to really attach ROAS to it. So a more top of funnel KPIs, whether it's saliency, whether it's the core message translating into better consideration, I think we'll stick to only that as the core KPI of a needle shift.
That's right.
But the fundamentals of marketing will continue, Gaurav, in order to help us take those business calls as to how do you apportion your investments between television, which continues to still be a lion's share of our
Absolutely.
investments, right? On the popular, well-known publishers of digital and the newer forms of voice and podcast and
Yeah.
sonic, that's growing significantly, right? So
Absolutely.
I think that's the unknown is how much of a needle shift happens, and we will measure returns a little down the line,
Absolutely.
not really now.
No, no, glad to hear that because that actually, actually gives an opportunity for creators to go and tell the stories to brands. Because otherwise, what happens is that whenever a creator goes to a brand, they're subsumed by the conversation on ROIs, even if it's for a new medium. So,
Correct.
whatever you have said actually gives us the opportunity to power the brand communication through the story, through the power of the storytelling, which is good news for us. Vijay,
Can we just add? Sorry,
yeah,
sorry, Vijay. Just one. It's a challenge in this country more than anywhere else,
yeah,
which comes to the area of media planning.
that's right.
Unfortunately, India is a country where we suffer from. We only have a media planning tool for television. Honestly, in this country, we really
That's right.
don't have anything which is richer in for the other mediums. Now comes a new medium, effectively new medium,
Yeah,
which also needs to come into the mix,
that's
right?
right.
And so a lot of gut calls would be taken while we take those calls of investing onto our brands through these newer
Yeah, yeah.
mediums.
Yes,
And that's why we'll probably have those two KPIs strongly observed over time.
absolutely. No, thanks, Shubhadeep. Vijayant, if I may come to you, and you speak from a vantage point of the UAE, the Gulf region, which is a very matured audio listening market. Uh, how different is looking at from that point of view, how different or how evolved do you think has the Indian audio content market been?
Yeah, there's a huge difference. Having said that, first I'll cover what's happening in India, and then I'll give the Gulf
Yeah.
sense as well. Now, if you see within India as well, there are 40 new startups within the audio space as well, and they have over 200 million subscribed users. Plus the kind of services with Ghana, JioSaavn, etc. Wink is there. It's kind of building up. Now, when you come to the UAE as a market, it's slightly bit different. First of all, the influencers play a huge role here. I wouldn't name any influencers or any particular subsidy here, but there are a couple of big players here who relatively feast on podcasts and audio services as a key GTM, especially when it comes to a lot of visibility and hearing for the consumers. In fact, for us, even we have adopted a couple of strategies within the last quarter as well, subsequent quarter as well. Now, and that's the key differentiator, the kind of pickup that's happening within the UAE Gulf and even going to the Saudi markets is quite huge. As we speak of the influencers, now what they do is typically they pick up a lot of content which is valuable for the listeners, which is value packed, and these subsequent entities which are there, they kind of have media buy-in, as Shubdeep was calling that. India is still just beyond one medium that's available, but here the advantage is it comes as a part of a value added media buying package within the UAE. So half of your GTM is already aligned when you're looking at audio reach, because ears are the best when it comes to reaching out to the audience, which is more sensitive to recall what is the messaging that's been said. So I think that's where it is. But as I mentioned, the current adoption rate within India is picking up, and it's just a matter of time it will match the UAE standards as well.
Great to know that, and that we are growing and that we are going in the right direction, particularly from a content creation point of view, which means that for individual podcasters also, or for individual audio content creators, there is money to be made. And I'll take it from the points that Shubhadeep and both Vijayan made and go to Anuj. Anuj, as someone who's handling communication and marketing and also brand strategies for typically a B2B tech company, where do you see podcasts fitting into your brand strategy, your brand building strategies? Anuj, you have to unmute yourself.
Hi.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
As we were, talking about these use cases, certainly, we see podcasts also going to be part of the B2B environment as well. We as marketeers, we always are looking forward for opportunities for something new to communicate with our partners and customers, right? So we certainly feel that podcast basically humanizes the brands. Gives us a tool. Helps in establishing the kind of trust and thought leadership, as we talked about, right? So it can certainly help us to give a new perspective on our corporate messaging or our product lines, whatever we are offering, right? Our fellow members have been talking about different product verticals, from their side, right? It's about the right kind of authentic voices, from within the businesses, One can actually think about not only that, but the kind of connect, probably emotional content, which we all feel, brings a lot of value in markets like India, to reach out to our audience, right? So to reach out, I believe either when we talk about either a B2C or a B2B segment, I think we need all these attributes in any of our marcom plans, right? I mean, it is certainly, the kind of positivity which it brings, when you are trying to put across your points across, and any of your partners, right?
That's right. Yes.
And of course, I believe there's a lot of appetite, which we have, for these podcasts, right? A lot of fresh content is being built up today, right? We are here just not only talking about any particular industry here, but I believe whether we talk about, we talk about any industry today, right?
That's right.
A very live example of a daughter, In her school, she's been using podcasts as one of the tools, right? Wherein they create a lot of interesting content, right? So it's coming out to a B2B, I believe it is pretty simple to make a podcast, right? Relatively easier way to communicate, right? It is more personal, so one can experience and express whatever one wants to, and of course, it's also convenient too. So I believe in the times to come, we will certainly be looking at this as one of the key mediums, which will strike a balance, of bringing the newness, in terms of another marketing tool, from our side too. Yeah.
Yeah, glad to know that. And I think on that note, we can wrap it up here. And thank Shubhadeep for those very insightful points on how marketers are going to increasingly look at podcasts. There's a lot of gut-based decisions that are going to be taken, which is good for creators. Vijayan for telling us how the podcast market is growing, and we are rapidly evolving to a more matured market like the UAE and the West. And Anuj for telling us how podcasts are so important even from a B2B marketing point of view, as well as internal communication. Let me also tell you that actually I wasn't supposed to be moderating this, but and a far more accomplished audio person and a brand evangelist who happens to be our brand evangelist too, Shubho Shankar Chatterjee was supposed to moderate it, but he could not because he is in Nainital, and because of the rains, there is no connectivity. So I apologize on his behalf and on our behalf that he could not make it today. But nevertheless, it gave me the opportunity to speak to all of you directly, and that is what I'm going to go about, richer in lots of insights, lots of data, and lots of analytics. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anuj, Vijayant. Great session. Thanks guys.
Great
Thanks,
session.
Gaurav.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third session of the day at Podcast Fest 2021 by Earshot. For the next 45 minutes, I'll be hosting this session on technology. My name is Sunny Sen, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Consent. And I have with me Sameer Seth, Director Marketing India, Dolby Laboratories Inc., Ken Phillip, co-founder of Palina Technologies, Hemant Sajnani, President Technology Digital, TV9 Network. But before we start off, let's put some perspective to the discussion we are going to have. A lot of people say podcasts are yet to come of age. Sure, in many parts of the world it does. But think about this. In December 2020, and I repeat, just in the last month of 2020, 58% of the population of South Korea listened to podcast in 1 month. 40% of the Spanish population listened to podcast in that same month. And 12.5% of UK listened to podcasts in the last week of December. Those numbers are quite mind-boggling, aren't they? But let's not forget about India. Going by these trends, India is not way behind. Actually, India is one of the leaders. According to PwC's Global Entertainment and Media Outlook 2020 report, India is the third largest consumer of podcasts just after the US and China, with 57.6 million listeners. With that context in our mind, I would like to ask my first question to Sameer. Sameer, why do you think podcasts are exploding, and where do you see it going in the next 1 to 2 years?
Right. Thanks, Sunny. At the outset, let me wish my friends at Earshot a happy first birthday. And coming back to your question on what really, why is podcast exploding? Drawing reference to some of your consumer insight that you just spoke about. I think the last 2 years have shown a significant shift in content consumption habits among Indian consumers. And I want to point to two recent consumer studies that show that Indian consumers actually are seeking an enhanced content experience. Now, the first study that I want to talk about is a recent July 2021 study from Cyber Media Research, which talks on the importance of audio among smartphone consumers. And it reveals that audio quality actually is the topmost driver influencing smartphone purchases. And this is ahead of battery life and camera, which is the popular belief that you buy a smartphone. The second, consumer study I want to, mention, from a inside perspective, is a October 2020 study by Wakefield, which again points to 94% respondents in India who showed their willingness to pay more for a premium subscription, as long as that subscription, delivers them better or enhanced audio and video quality. And this study further, says that 95%, Indians, also wanted to try new content types. And they have content which they have never seen before, and these are great opportunities. So to my mind, this pandemic actually has led to increased content consumption, consumers seeking better experiences, investing in upgrading their services, their streaming services for enhanced audio and video quality, and of course in the process even upgrading their devices. So and last, before I pass this back to you, we are very, very proud of our partnership with Earshot. And I fondly, remember Earshot's signature podcast, Listen to the Forest in Dolby Atmos. And, the whole sound design, fully immerses you into the forest, without much dialogues. And you can actually hear the birds chirping, the animals around and above you. And that really is the power, of podcasts. And that's the reason, I see podcasts exploding if it already hasn't yet.
Right. I'll stay with the explosion of our podcast for 1 more minute, and I'll pass it on to Ken, and because Ken, you have a worldview of technology, right, Ken? And podcast itself is not new. We have seen people talking, radio jockeys talking over the radio, and so on and so forth. That became podcast. The first podcast, I think, started somewhere in the early 2000. Over the period of time, there are so many podcasts, right? There is the enhanced podcast, which comes with the slide cast. There are video podcasts, live podcasts. The podcast section itself is evolving, and so so that one of the reasons why there is an explosion, because there is so much choice today, so many different formats. What is it like from a tech lens perspective that is driving the explosion? Ken, you are on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So look, when you look at it from a technology perspective, right? I think the explosion is largely driven because of search and because, like, I mean, if you just look at it in the past 1 year, right, it's primarily the pandemic, right? Because people were at home, right? It's not just podcasts, it's like in general, digital in general, right? There's been a huge growth in user base, right? And it's because people were at home, people had unlimited access to digital devices, right? And this led to people also trying to reach out to new kind of content, right? And one of those being podcasts. I mean, at least in India, like, a lot of people were new to the concept of listening to podcasts, right? And it's because they were trying to, like, explore content that was non-video format, because, like, once you just keep watching video, like, say, about, like, more than 3 or 4 hours, you probably, like, dry out, your eyes try drying out and stuff, and you want to, like, probably just listen to something else, or, like, experience something else is completely different, right? Music, yes, but I love music, right? But then let's just be honest, like, I cannot listen to music for more than, I mean, although I love it, right? It's probably not more than 2 or 3 hours at a stretch I can listen to music, especially when I'm working out and stuff. I listen to, like, a lot of music, right? So sometimes I keep wondering, like, the stuff I watch on TV or on other streaming apps, if I could just get, like, an audio output of that, right? And so when you think of audio, what's the best source, right? So that's when you start listening to podcasts, right? And I think that's one of the reasons to why the discovery when it comes to podcasts is automatic in nature. It's like when you try out all the other elements, like, radio, television, streaming platforms, what else is left? Something new, new and fresh, which is young. That's what podcast is all about.
Right.
So
right.
I think that's what led to or is sort of leading to the growth right now.
Right. What is your favorite podcast, Ken?
I mean, look, I listen to, like, a lot of comedy, a lot of stand-up comedy, right? So there's nothing particular such. I mean, listen to, like, a lot of stuff, right? But it's mostly comedy. I wouldn't want to name anyone or any particular podcast as such.
Right. Samir, back at you. Do you listen to only podcasts which are powered by Dolby Atmos, or do you listen to something apart from that as well?
I mean, I have no qualms in admitting a positive bias. Yes, of course, I prefer to consume podcasts in Dolby Atmos, and there's some really riveting content that Earshot is already podcasting in Dolby Atmos. So I'll invite viewers to experience it, and then there's no going back. You'll never go back to stereo.
Right. So we usually thought about, so Spotify launched podcasts a long time back. iTunes has its own podcast series. Amazon has. There are so many tons of podcast applications out there who have their own podcasts, right? But podcast is a big new thing in the news segment. If you look at New York Times, if you look at BBC, if you look at any of them, so there is the huge the number of podcasts by news platforms is growing tremendously. If I'm not mistaken, that more than 20% of the world's podcasts today are powered by news platforms, right? And that brings me to Hemant. TV9 Network is a huge conglomerate, media conglomerate, which has got multilingual platforms on their end. And how do you see the regional content becoming mainstream listening on podcasts? Do you see that phenomenon happening, or are we too early for that, Hemant?
No, actually, I can say that that transition is happening, and a lot of our we can say the consumers who are specific to a specific language, they have started using content in the form of the podcast as well. So at TV9, we came up with a very small kind of a stitching technology. We tried to stitch the multiple excerpts of the news and came out with a top 9 news segment, which is rolled out at top of every hour. So yes, and we saw a significant improvement of people also, listening to that podcast at the top of every hour, and a notification is going to them, and they've started consuming that pattern of the news as well. So and then we are now transforming it. We started and experimented it with Hindi language first, and we moved on to Marathi and Telugu as well. So
Right.
yes, people are liking this particular trend that instead of going through or reading the entire stuff as a text, they prefer to hear it out. It is very personal to them as well. So whatever you're hearing is very personal to you. Reading can be shared, watching can be shared as well, but listening is something which is very personal to you.
Right, right. So you talked about stitching technology, and technology is something which I love talking about, especially when it comes to emerging experiences like podcasts is today. 20 years is a very short time in a lifespan of tech, right? Uh, so, do you think that there is a product or a technology playbook, especially when it comes to podcasts, as to are there things that a podcast company should do in the first 2 years, and then in the next 2 to 3 years, and the next 3 to 4 years? Is there a product or a technology hacking system that has come into play? Is there a playbook around that? Ken, would you like to throw some light on it?
I'm sorry. Could you please repeat the question once again? I thought I was
I'm saying
hearing
that is there a technology evolution? Is there a technology evolution that is happening in the podcast space? Is there a product playbook or a technology playbook in the podcast space as well, like we have it in the social space, like we had it in the e-commerce space? Podcast itself is a product. But do we have an evolution roadmap there?
Yes. I mean, look, we do, right? I mean, look, so the way I look at it, right? Podcast is beautiful, it's wonderful, right? But there's also like one issue with podcast. It's that discovery, right? Finding the right kind of content that you want, which is like a major thing that needs to be addressed when it comes to discovering the right kind of content that you're looking for, right? And when we talk about where we are headed to, I think it's about improving the way we kind of look at content, or the way we actually get to a particular content, right? So I think, look, I know we tend to like blame things on the platforms that actually offer these offer content to you, that the search needs to improve on platforms, but there's like a lot more that can be done, and what can be done is fixing things right at the source, right from the source, right, at the creator's end. So I think where we're headed to in the near future is improving the way we actually tag the content that is produced, right, at the creator's end. As of now, when we look at metadata that is on content, it's it's more or less manually done. It's quite a mundane job. It's time consuming. Like, and you put in chapters, you put in labels, you do annotations. It takes a lot of time to do all this stuff. But I think there's going to be a lot of AI features that are going to be inbuilt into the producer's desk, in which it can pick up keywords of the content of the audio file. It's going to pick up keywords very soon and label keywords, and it's going to be like, done with great detail. It's going to be extremely in depth. So once you have keywords labeled with all the proper ins and outs, imagine what's going to happen after that. Imagine the kind of ad targeting that you can get based on the keywords that are, I mean, that extreme depth of keywords present in the content right then and there, right? So I think that's where we're headed to. It's about improving search once it comes to content discovery.
Right. So that would something that would be interest to Hemant as well. Media companies rely on ads, right, to generate revenue, and podcast. Though there have been some ads in the podcast space, but podcasts generally have not gathered so much of advertisement or advertisers' attention so far.
Correct.
Hemant, do you see that changing? And do you can metadata be used to stitch ads according to content genre, category, etc., and make it more revenue generating at the end?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, of course. So, but I believe that the listeners are going to accept more ads. So when you give them the control, what would they want to listen? They will definitely going to accept more ads. So I was just reading a survey from the Buzzsprout, and it says that 78% of the listeners do not mind ads whenever they are hearing out the podcast. and 62% they end up in buying certain products as well. And the most interesting figure that came to me was around 70% of the people, the listeners, they remember the advertisements which are shared on the podcast. As I told you in my the previous this thing, that it is a very private thing for the listener, and it is targeting one to one. So obviously the impact is going to be huge. And as Ken also mentioned, that the kind of audio annotations and the classifications that can be used for intelligent podcast ad insertions, and how exactly we can achieve the dynamic stitching of the audio ads from available inventory based on the classification, the categories, the topics, the tags the podcast is having, then it is going to change the complete game altogether. Yes.
Right, right. And that also brings us to the aspect of experience and technology experience, and the user cohorts. All of them go hand in hand, right? I would like to start by asking Samir, because experience is key to Dolby, right? To give a great listening experience, right? And it has been there for years. Uh, do you fear that having a lot of ads and that technology will hinder the experience that Dolby otherwise wants to bring to the table? Or do you think that the also will become Dolby enabled?
So by the way, you can deliver your ads using Dolby technology as well. I mean, because ads also are a type of storytelling, right? I mean, if the technology, the way I see technology is an enabler. Now, whether you use technology to enable better storytelling as a creator or as a listener, I think both options are available. And to my mind, advertisements. I also come from a marketing background, and there is a lot of technology solutions available to the advertiser to leverage to do better storytelling using great technology. And talk about cinemas, for example. Cinemas, they come with great audio experience, or even for streaming services. Now, whether they're audio streaming service or video streaming service, how many advertisers have leverage or would want to leverage better technology to do great storytelling through their ads? So I see technology being an enabler, as I said, both for the creator. Now, whether the creator is a content creator or an ad creator, or the listener at the end of it. So it's an enabler there.
Right, right. And so you do not fear that the experience will be broken, in a nutshell?
No.
You see this as a bigger business opportunity for you. So you give Earshot a Dolby environment. Earshot further gets more advertisers and provides a better Dolby experience. Both of you win. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. At the end of it, a platform that can leverage technology to do a better immersive, storytelling experience would obviously attract more earlobes or ear canals, and would eventually lead to better monetization. So, we believe in working very closely with all our partners. And, I think that is where, Dolby as a brand creates value. You create a better product, which gets you more, listenership, which eventually, should help the business at the end of it, to monetize. Now, whether we talk about, from a Dolby perspective, we work, from an ecosystem perspective, we work with the creator of the content, who can use that technology, the service that delivers the content, which is, say, for example, Earshot. And eventually the playback, which is where the mobile experience comes alive, or any device that plays the experience. So the business should benefit using technology, and if you can monetize, why not?
Right. So Ken, but there is this huge aspect, and since you look at the tech side of it, there's a huge aspect of cost versus technology and experience. So and how much experience can come at a cost, because the monetization wheel has not yet unfurled itself in the best possible manner. So how do you give better experience at a certain cost? Are there technologies, are you guys looking at technologies which can help give a more superior experience at a lower cost? Are there people talking about these kind of things? What is happening out there?
Look, luckily, it's not just specific to podcasts or the audio industry. it's in general for the whole tech industry. You don't have to go and get the whole infrastructure on your own, right? You can always share the infrastructure. Whatever infrastructure you talk about, you're sharing it. You only have to pay for what you use, right? And there are so many services that provide a shared service sort of an infrastructure, right? So lucky that exists, right? And like I'm sure there are like companies, organizations that believe in owning everything that they would want to do, right, including the servers and the complete infrastructure that goes along with it. But that does not exist anymore. I mean, look, just talk about like the services offered by AWS, right, or by Microsoft. Use any of these services, you're just paying for what you get, and it's, trust me, it's like a lot cheaper. You're not, unlike what used to happen, like even say what 11 years ago, where you were paying a bomb just to get something, just to play something, or a standard website or a standard streaming service. That was extremely expensive for the person running the streaming service. It's not that anymore. So yeah, so you're looking at shared services, and it's much cheaper now.
Right, right. So Hemant, from a news perspective, or especially, since you talked about switching technology in the beginning, you talked about bringing ads into the technology. Do you think that creating a superior listening experience for a commodity business like news is important? And do you think technologies like Dolby and everything can come into the space? I'm asking you this question for a very specific reason. Dolby came to the theaters, but that impact, that effect could not ever come into the living rooms where the televisions were. But here there is an opportunity to give an extremely superior listening experience to anybody who's listening to even commodity services like news. Do you think that will happen, or are you even contemplating to go into those divisions?
No, of course. So a lot of people, and in fact, in the households also, there is a trend of getting the smart speakers at the home. So, hello Alexa, hello Google, and Hey Siri is very common things in nowadays, right? And according to, I think I read it somewhere, they are like they're giving you more connectivity with other devices as well. So you are going to get a top driver of the satisfaction with the smart speakers when you're using them. And I think I read somewhere in the survey that about 90% of the smart speaker users, they agree that the voice assistants are going to make their life easier. So in similar fashion, when you are asking that, hey Alexa, what are the top news stories of this hour, or maybe the top business stories this hour, and what is happening in the financial markets, how the Sensex is doing, how the Nifty is doing, they would want to hear back in the same response. And the kind of innovations which are happening in the audio space is a clear indication that people are going to adopt to these things, not only to to give them something like voice assistants, make them feel more cool, and but other than that, I think it is a more convenient way for them also to consume the news part as well.
Right. But doesn't that look like a distant dream, especially multilingual content? Even though it's becoming the need of the hour, people are consuming a lot of multilingual content, but still AI-based content adaptation or text to speech, especially in regards of Indian languages, that's not becoming mainstream anytime soon. At least from where I see things, unless you see it in a different manner. Do you see that happening? Because you are in the thick of things.
No, it is happening. It is in the developing phase, I should say that, because we ourselves at TV9, we are using the Google Translation APIs very frequently, because as you said that we are in the multilingual business already. We are in the 7 to 8 languages, regional languages. So we feel the need of sharing the news content, a news content which is getting popular in Tamil, why it can't be used by the Hindi audience as well? Just as an example, right? So there are translation APIs, but not with the accuracy level. So if you are talking about the English and Spanish, they have the maximum accuracy in terms of translations. But when it comes to Indian languages, they are like, almost we have a lot of languages, and each language has multiple dialects. It is a very complex scenario in the Indian market, right? So yes, it is a difficult work that needs to be done, but the things are getting better. I should say that they are resumable AI. I use their AI technology for speech to text and text to speech, vice versa. And there was a significant, you can say, improvement. Earlier, we were getting this accuracy of 80%. Now we are close to 85 and 90%. So new technologies and NLPs are coming, the GTP3, that is generative pre-trained transformer. So there are technologies which are coming up, and I'm pretty sure that in near future, we will be able to overcome to a certain extent of the accuracy in the regional language space as well of India. Yeah.
Right. Is TV9 working with Google or any of those companies to make this enhancements better or more superior?
Yeah, so there are certain, you can say, the open source libraries and the APIs which are available, and we are closely working with Google and Amazon Poly, the two partners for the translation and the transliteration bit as well. Yeah.
So I'm sure that there will be more complaints to them right now from your end than the thank yous, right?
Yeah, so these are the things like which keep on innovating. Like we also work towards the accuracy level. Ultimately, we need to have a moderator who can passes the content and finalizes it that yes, now it is ready for the production, because audio piece is also very important for the users now. Yeah.
Sure. Since we'll stick with the experience bit for a while, because I believe that experience matters a lot. Going back to Samir, so how do you see production value in podcasts? So is it just content, the quality of content as what the content is about, or is it about the experience that is delivered at the end, irrespective of what kind of content? The content can be crappy, but the experience can be wow. Is that what I meant, or is this something else?
Sure. So just before I answer that, Sunny, I just want to react to your earlier comment on the living room, for example, right? I mean, how does one get a cinema-like experience in the living room? You should not be surprised. There is actually a lot of content out there, both from a linear broadcast perspective and even from a streaming, audio, video, and even audio streaming perspective, which powers up living room devices to get the cinema-like experience. I would not say, I mean, it's difficult to replicate the cinema experience, but you definitely can get the cinema-like experience using technology like Dolby. And Dolby is not only on the audio side of the experience anymore. We power up visual technology, which is where the combined visual and audio experience in living room comes alive, and it's available in not only global audio, video, and audio streaming services, but even Indian services which are streaming a lot of their content now in Dolby technology. Anyways, now let me come back to your question on production value. When you talk about podcasting in particular, I think production values definitely matter a great deal, and I say technology here helps those help create those production values. From an experience standpoint. So, for example, Dolby Atmos, lets the creator go beyond the traditional surround, sound by precisely letting the creator place and move sound in a three-dimensional space. This really unlocks the full, experience or the emotional impact, for audio only story telling. So I think from a production value standpoint, technology really can help create those production values for the creator, and eventually at the end of it for the experience for the listener.
Right. And when you say production value, so I asked you a little more specific around, does the content matter, or is it just the experience that matters? The way it is delivered.
I think it a lot depends on how the content creator is looking at creating that content. If it is scripted podcast, the technology actually gives you that tool to bring out your creator's intent. Now as I said, it's technology is a tool available to the creator to use it. It's like a blank canvas which is available, and if you can treat, especially in podcast, treat audio or sound as objects, and have that flexibility to bring out your full potential as a creator, I think it just adds to the production values, and and that's how the creator should look at creating content for experience, better experience.
Right. So Ken, since we're talking about the session is about tech, I just wanted to ask you that when somebody wants to build say a podcast platform or want to do a series, what are what are those things that become utmost necessary for a creator for today? So are there any list of things that you think is really critical? Because there are two key aspects to it. One is the discovery, one is the experience, and the third thing is the way it is rendered, kind of thing, right? So at the end, uh, so yeah.
So your question is specific to it is required for you to build a platform, right? A podcasting platform.
Somebody who
right?
wants to develop a platform, or somebody who wants
Yeah,
to host
yeah.
a podcast on a particular platform, what are the things they should look for?
Okay, so I'll talk about developing a platform first, right? So
Okay.
to develop a platform, you would obviously need resources, right? You would need people who can code the platform for you,
That's
right? So you obviously have to go multidimensional, right? All devices, Android, iOS, or website, right? All platforms. Although we talk about mobile first, we normally in technology we tend to start with a mobile web first and then build apps around it, right? Uh, then there are things to be factored in. That's infrastructure that goes in, everything that streams. Where's your database lying, your content, where's your content, right? So that's the infrastructure, right? So that is again things like your data center service like AWS, Microsoft, all these platforms. And then we're talking about the user base, getting somehow getting the user base, which is sort of a complicated task in itself, right? You can build a platform, you can build all of that, but getting to the end user and asking them, somehow getting them to come on board, that's a whole different strategy that we're talking about, right? Use aggregation and stuff, right? So that's where I guess the maximum investment goes in. Apart from building the platform, your most of your investment goes in somehow getting the users to discover your platform, right?
Right.
Now imagine your platform is there, you have like a set of users, a decent user base, right? Now it's about how do you engage the users, how do you get the users to come back to your platform, right? How do you make them stick to your platform in a way they spend a reasonable amount of time every day on your platform, right? So again, that's a different strategy. So look, every day, every step of the way, there are strategies involved, right? You just cannot build a platform and say it's going to work. It does not work to that. I mean, there's like a lot you got to do to make sure you get the user base and make sure the existing user base sticks onto your platform, right? So which means in a lot of ways, what I'm trying to say is that even though the first initial thing is like somehow getting the technology out there, what actually makes the platform work is the popular saying content is king. Your content has to be great, right? No matter what your platform is, you could have the best platform out there, but unless your content really works, users don't tend to stick. And you also get users, getting the users to come on board is also sort of after a while becomes automatic in nature, because it's not advertising on Waves platforms, it's not advertising on Facebook or Google or Twitter, on all the platforms. It's about word of mouth, because that's what really plays, right? If I love something on your platform, I'm going to tell like a bunch of my friends to come onto your platform and listen to it, right? And that works. Trust me, word of mouth is what really works, right?
Right.
Traditional advertising is good to get the initial set of users on your platform, but after that, your content really has to work. So I would say technology is important. It's really important to get you started and get you going, right? And in a way, it needs to be future proof. But what keeps it rolling is your content, right? And I'm sure content creators will be happy to hear this, because I'm sure there's a constant fight: is it technology or is it content? Is it technology or is it content? Me, I can say this with confidence, because I used to be in the media industry before all of this, before technology and before software. I used to be a producer, right? So I understand how both industries work, and I know how important content is, and content is king, there's no doubt about it, right? Now, once you're there, so that is like you getting your platform out there in the market, right? I just put it like probably in a 2-minute talk, but it's a little more complicated than that, right? But now let's look at things from a content creator's perspective, right? Now, from a content creator's perspective, right, it's about you having the right tools, right? They say when it comes to podcasts, it first starts with your mic. How good is your mic, right? So it's important that you get like a fairly decent mic, so it's wise to spend pretty decent amount money getting a good mic, right? And then the tools that you use to record yourself, right? Making sure and then the having like a small studio set up in a way that your quality of audio that's recorded is pretty good, right? And then further putting your podcast out there in the various platforms available. I mean, the platforms are already readily available, right? You don't have to like go around building your own platform to put your own podcast, right? But you can get started by using any of the existing platforms. That's there. That could be Apple Music or Spotify or any of the existing platforms, Earshot, right? Yeah, so that's what I would say. Yeah, that's what I would. I mean, I guess that answers your question, right?
Right, right.
Oh, sorry, Samir.
Right. So Hemant, one more aspect, and I wanted to understand that, unlike in the radio space where you could just listen, here the way the when we since we are talking about discovery, here the way the platform looks, how the thumbnail is featured, is it a big enough thumbnail to decipher the descriptor, how beautiful the fonts are, how clear or legible these every single aspect of it, all those things become very important. So it is just
Correct.
not an audio experience, it also becomes a visual experience that people have to cater to, right? So as a content platform, how do you see this from a criticality standpoint?
Sure. So yes, absolutely. The presentation of the content is always going to be important, no matter if it is in the form of audio end of the day. But people used to see it first before hit the play button, right? So the thumbnails, as you said, it is a science in itself. Image is something which is a very important piece whenever we are putting it out on OTT platforms, on podcasts, on any of this thing. Why? Because even for, say, for the Apple podcast, there is a standard dimension that has to be submitted. It has to be by 3000 pixels, 3000 by 3000 pixels, in the sense that they need to serve high quality images in order to ensure and right color combinations and right text in the legible fonts, as you said, mentioned correctly, because that is going to give the first impression that what your podcast is all about, and followed by the specific title and the metadata information, which make users more curious to know that, okay, now I would want to listen to it. So yes, the presentation is very important, and detailed attention needs to be given to that. Pause.
Right. So as a platform, do you really invest in that, in the, because user experience is the least invested area when it comes to technology today. User experience and special user interface, these are the two least invested areas when it comes. People build the technology, but they don't care about how the users will navigate through a platform. So how do you see that?
Yeah, so that is very important, and the user journey is the utmost important thing for any app to be a successful app, or any website to look beautiful and be recognized by users. So the brand value is tightly integrated how exactly your things are going to be presented to the end users. So UX for me is a very important aspect of any product. And for podcast, the thumbnails, the kind of experience that includes the onboarding experience as well. It is not only the kind of streaming that is happening for the listeners, but how soon and quickly they're onboarded on your app. That journey starts from there. And coming to your portal, how exactly they're able to filter the content, how the content is being presented to them, how the recommendations are working for them. Everything matters. Everything matters for an end users to stick to your platform and consume the content. Besides
Right.
having the smooth streaming experience, which is the key. Yes.
Of course, of course. Sure. So I'm being prompted that I need to wrap up in 2 minutes. So I'll quickly go to this aspect which Samir did point out to. So Apple recently said that they will no longer let users subscribe to podcasts. Instead, podcast fans will follow their favorite shows. Samir, what material difference does this make to the universe?
I think it's very critical. I mean, anything that can aid, discovery, for the consumer, I think is key. Irrespective of the content form. You talk streaming video, you talk streaming audio. I think, a lot of platforms. I don't want to name, brands here, but a lot of platforms are actually technology driven. While they are content platforms, but they, pay a lot of heed, in helping discovery of the content, and that really to my mind is key. To your reference about Apple, moving from calling it subscription to following, I think is testimony to the importance that the platform plays in pays to aid discovery. We at Dolby do that with all our service partners. There's a lot that we do with them on the UI, the UX piece, which helps the consumer discover the content with great ease, help the right thumbnails and the right messaging, more importantly the badging, which really can help the consumer find the content easily.
Right. Last question to all three of you, and we'll go one by one. Uh, do you think that technology can overall ensure safety when it comes to podcasts, and how is that aspect coming up?
Okay, so the question.
Why don't you start, Ken?
Okay, so I guess you talk about brand safety, right?
Brand safety, yes.
Yes. So yeah, so that is imperative. I mean, that is a topic of discussion these days when it comes to technology and brand safety, right? Let me just talk about this from an advertiser's perspective, right? Look, for an advertiser, once you start advertising on a particular podcast or a particular show, right? Uh, they sort of, I wouldn't use the word endorsing the show or the content, but they get like a lot of it somehow attributes to them, right? In the sense, like, they are closely linked to that particular piece of content, right? So it's important that the brand is aware of what is actually happening in that piece of content, right? So there are systems that are coming up. There are systems that are being put in place in which you can actually automatically transcribe the audio, right? The audio gets automatically transcribed to text, right? And once this happens, I'm sure things are going to be a lot easier for people to track the content of the podcast. It's easier than listening to the entire show than just searching keywords on text. So I think that is one way to ensure brand safety, and there are systems that are being put in place to handle these situations.
Right. Hemant, especially when it comes to news, advertising has been there, and brands can see it. But in podcast, do you see enough brands being thinking and talking about brand safety, brand awareness, and being part of podcasts? Do you see that happening?
Yeah, so that is, as Ken mentioned, that it is a very important piece. So people who do not want to get associated with a specific piece of content, with specific tags which are there. Say, for example, my podcast is about the alcohol, or something which my advertisers do not want to be there because it is not in line with their product line, right? So I should have the facility in order to ensure that their brands are not coming up there in that particular piece, in that particular podcast, whenever it is being aired. So that you can say that restriction needs to be put in place in order to ensure that we are following the correct practices and giving the brands enough flexibility, to be there with the relevant tags, relevant categories, relevant genres in which they would want to promote themselves.
Right. Great. I think with that, we'll call this a wrap. It was lovely talking to each one of you. Thank you, Sameer. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Hemant. Uh,
Thank you so much.
we could have gone on for another half an hour, 45 minutes, I'm sure. It's lovely to meet all of you here virtually, though. And thank you, Earshot, for hosting the Podfest 2021 on your first birthday. Happy birthday again, and wish you a great year ahead. Thank you, everybody, for being on the show with me.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Pleasure.
हेलो, नमस्ते, वेलकम। ईयरशॉट में आपका स्वागत है। फोर्थ सेशन हमारा है आज 19 अक्टूबर, और ईयरशॉट पॉडफेस्ट में ये फोर्थ सेशन इसलिए भी इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि ये ऑडियो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स का सेशन है। मैं हूं सौरभ भ्रमर, आपके साथ को फाउंडर ईयरशॉट और चीफ कंटेंट ऑफिसर भी। सिर्फ कहने की बातें हैं, लेकिन मेरे साथ में जो 4 लोग मौजूद हैं, द 4 incredible guests we have today with us on this brilliant day, because ये हमारी फर्स्ट एनिवर्सरी है 19th अक्टूबर। लास्ट ईयर 19th अक्टूबर में हमने शुरुआत की थी ईयरशॉट की, एंड वी हैव कम ओवर हियर विद दीज 4 ब्रिलियंट इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, ऑडियो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स। मे मरियम थॉमस, मेड इन इंडिया, इसके बारे में आपने सुना होगा। मे खुद वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट हैं, प्रेजेंटर हैं, जर्नलिस्ट हैं, ऑल रैप्ड इनटू वन। और मेड इन इंडिया का नरेंद्र मोदी जी से कोई मतलब नहीं है। ये मेड इन इंडिया जो है, ये मे का अपना है। मे वेलकम।
हेलो।
साथ में अमित वर्मा मौजूद है। अमित इज अ राइटर एंड पॉडकास्टर। अमित क्रिक इन्फो के मैनेजिंग एडिटर भी रहे हैं, और पॉडकास्टिंग में इनका बहुत जबरदस्त इंटरेस्ट है। ऑफ कोर्स अमित को लोग जानते हैं, लेकिन अमित, सबसे पहला सवाल आपसे, वेलकम। क्रिकेट छोड़ के ये हम गरीबों के आवाज वाले मीडियम में हाउ डिड यू एंटर?
सर, क्रिकेट भी एक्चुअली गरीबों का ही मीडियम है। आई लेफ्ट क्रिकेट इन 2009 एंड स्टार्टेड पॉडकास्टिंग इन 2017। तो बीच में थोड़ा अरसा चले गया। उस टाइम में मैंने प्रोफेशनली पोकर भी खेला और काफ़ी और कुछ किया। But I started podcasting really as just an experiment. I wasn't someone who listened to podcasts earlier, but then I figured, let me just try it out. And I knew nothing about podcasting at the time I started, and I had a lot of the misconceptions about it that a lot of people share even today. And very soon I discovered it's such a rich medium with which is so different from all other medium, including even radio. And that's kind of what made me fall in love with it.
So Amit is one of our brilliant audio influencers panelists. Panel में हमारे साथ में मौजूद हैं. And then we have Mantra को हर कोई जानता है. He is single-handedly responsible for unemployment in creative industry because ये सब कुछ खुद कर लेना चाहते हैं. He has got a production company. He is an actor. He has started as a RJ. He is a television personality. Mantra, what are you doing? इस तरह से अगर काम करोगे बॉम्बे में, you're causing a lot of unemployment.
भाई शुक्र मनाओ, जैसे तरीके से तुमने मे को इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि उनका नरेंद्र मोदी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, वैसे तुमने ये ना बोला ये मंत्रा है, इनका रामायण की मंत्रा से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. I could have very well expected you to do that, but बस आनंद ले रहे हैं प्रभु, आनंद ले रहे हैं. और just to be among such amazing esteemed personalities, it's a great experience. So a big shout out to wonderful here on the panel.
बिल्कुल. And of course one person जिसने पूरा रेडियो इंडस्ट्री को सिंगल हैंडेडली बदल दिया, मेरे साथ में कहानीकार, कथाकार, क्या बोले, कवि बोले, लिरिसिस्ट बोले, नीलेश, कैसे ये पदार्पण, how did you get into radio? Did you ever think that from being a writer you will become a storyteller, and that too जबकि लोग adult contemporary hit radio, CHR, अलग-अलग formats के बारे में बात करते थे, nobody thought storytelling can be such a huge thing.
Actually मेरी जिंदगी एक खूबसूरत इत्तेफाकों का सिलसिला रही है, और मैंने जो भी चीजें नई की हैं वो मैंने उसके पहले कभी नहीं की होती. So I don't know how to do whatever I'm about to do. Storytelling मैंने पहले कभी की नहीं थी. Storytelling मैंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसलिए की क्योंकि मेरा एक बैंड था जिसका एक एल्बम बना था, जिसके प्रमोशन के पैसे नहीं थे. तो मैं गया था रेडियो स्टेशन के पास कि भाई मेरे प्रमोशन कर दो जरा सीडी का. मैं सीडी के युग का हूँ. मैं आप सब जो जवान लोग बैठे हैं, मैं उस वक्त का हूँ जब ये 2 शब्द इजाद नहीं हुए थे, पॉडकास्ट और इन्फ्लुएंसर दोनों. तो मैं उस सदी का हूँ. तो बस वो इत्तेफाक था कि we started a show, and then it kind of took my life into different directions. I never thought I could do this, never wanted to do this, nothing. It was not on my radar at all. बस मैं कहीं जा रहा था और एक खिड़की थी, और खिड़की से सामने देखा तो एक दुनिया थी, और उस दुनिया ने जिंदगी बदल दी.
बट कभी नीलेश ऐसा कोई ख्याल आया कि इतना बड़ा शो?
शुक्र मनाइए कि वो खिड़की खुली मिली हुई किसी शुक्र मनाइए, खिड़की खुली हुई मिली और हमें मिश्रा जी मिले।
नहीं, लेकिन नीलेश, आपने एकदम पूरा रेडियो का एक वो जो फॉर्मेट कहा जाता था वो पूरा चेंज कर दिया। लोगों ने सोचा नहीं था कि ये टॉक रेडियो, कंटेम्प्रेरी हिट रेडियो और इसके अलावा भी एक ऐसी चीज है जिसको एक सिंपल सादगी से कहानी को कह देना और उसके बाद वो इतनी बड़ी बन जाए कि मेरे ख्याल से हर शहर, चाहे छोटा टाउन हो चाहे बड़ा टाउन हो, महानगर हो चाहे दिल्ली हो, कलकत्ता हो या ग्वालियर, इंदौर, भोपाल हो, हर जगह उस कहानी को लोग सुनने के लिए रात को इंतजार करेंगे।
मैंने जब ये शो करने की सोची तो मेरे कई दोस्त थे जो रेडियो ब्रॉडकास्ट के सीईओ या इस एग्जीक्यूटिव पोजीशंस में थे, जिन्होंने कहा कि भाई तुम क्यों कर रहे हो ये, who wants to hear a story in today's day and age। मैं 2011 की बात कर रहा हूँ, 10 years ago, and I was told 3 rules। Number 1, radio is about Bollywood and songs। Number 2, radio has no appointment listening। And number 3, nobody wants to hear stories। तो ये 3 मेरे को मंत्र जो बताए गए थे और जिसके बाद मैं आगे बढ़ा, और चूंकि मुझे कोई करियर बनाना है, मैं तो because I was doing something that was purposeless, that was aimless, I was just enjoying। और वो पूरी कथा बाद में रिपीट हुई जब स्लो इंटरव्यू शुरू हुआ। मैं तो कैमरा के सामने भी नहीं गया था कभी। तो मुझे लगता है कि मेरा चीजों को ना जानना मेरी सबसे बड़ी ताकत बन के आ जाती, बिकॉज आई हैव नो फॉर्मेट। आपने फॉर्मेट की बात की। अभी कल शाम को मैं एक रेडियो के एग्जीक्यूटिव से बात कर रहा था और मैं उनसे कह रहा था कि जैसे ही चीजें सुधरी हैं, रेडियो स्टेशंस have gone back to doing what they were doing 2 years ago, but their listener has changed, right? Their listener has completely changed. What have you done to serve that listener whose mind is completely changed? The view on life has completely changed. Nothing. So I think ये जो formats में बंधी है रेडियो इंडस्ट्री या कोई भी टीवी भी, the lack of brave executives is what the audience has to suffer very often in a lot of content platforms। और मैं एक अनाड़ी आदमी आया था, मेरे को ना कोई लेगेसी थी, ना मेरे को पता था क्या होता है, कैसे होता है। मेरे को तो अपना सीडी बिकवाना था। मैंने कहा भाई मैं कहानी सुना दूंगा। तो वो हुआ। तो इसलिए मैं किसी फॉर्मेट में बनने के लिए मजबूर नहीं रहा। ये इत्तेफाक।
और ये भी कि एक बहुत आम रोजमर्रा की लैंग्वेज, उस भाषा को इस्तेमाल करके एक कहानी सुनाई जा सकती है, भारी भरकम लैंग्वेज यूज नहीं करनी। दैट इटसेल्फ इज क्वाइट सरप्राइजिंग कि लोगों ने उस चीज को ना सिर्फ एक्सेप्ट किया, लोग उस चीज को पसंद करते हैं।
देखिए, जो एक स्टीरियोटाइप बना हुआ है और वो स्टीरियोटाइप ऑडियंस के बारे में, वो कंटेंट के बारे में नहीं है। वो है कि ये जो मार्केटिंग के हेड्स होते हैं, जो आपकी तरह बड़े बड़े डेजिग्नेशन वाले लोग होते हैं, हम तो कलाकार आदमी हैं, वो आपके पास आते हैं, आप लोग एक्सेल शीट दिखा देते हैं, ये टीजी है हमारा 30 to 23 SEC A B C, ये सब आप लोग कर देते हैं।
मैं नीलेश उसी तरफ हूँ, मैं इस तरफ नहीं हूँ।
हमको ये सब कुछ समझ नहीं आता। All I told the broadcaster that time was, what is the promise? The promise is a bloody good story every day. As long as I can do that, it will cut through। बाद में पीजी शब्द समझ आया और ये सब समझ आया। तो आई थिंक ये था कि हम झुके नहीं, हम पैंडर नहीं करना चाहते थे किसी एक एक्सेल शीट को कि अच्छा थोड़ा इंग्लिश कर दीजिए क्योंकि ऑडियंस यही चाहती है। मैं जैसा हूं और जैसे मैं बोलता हूं, मैंने अपनी कहानियों में भी वही टोनैलिटी रखी, वही भाषा रखी। हाँ, हमारे कैरेक्टर्स जो बोलते हैं वो इंग्लिश के शब्द यूज कर सकते हैं क्योंकि that's how we're talking, right? But जब स्टोरी टेलर बोलता है तो वो सधी हुई सरल 16th सेंचुरी की नहीं, रोजमर्रा के हिंदुस्तान की भाषा बोलता है। और अचानक हमने डिस्कवर किया कि बहुत से लोग कह रहे थे कि हम आपका शो इसलिए सुनते हैं क्योंकि ये हिंदी नहीं सुनने को मिलती रेडियो पे। और इस हिंदी में क्या रॉकेट साइंस था 2011 में भी, ये तो रोजमर्रा की हिंदी थी, इट वाज एवरीडे लैंग्वेज। तो मुझे लगता है कि कहीं जो हम क्रिएटर्स हैं, हमारी गलती है, हम स्लॉट कर देते हैं ऑडियंसेस को, फॉर्मेट्स को, और उस तरह से हम पेश करने लग जाते हैं. We are not ourselves, you know. And I think I had to not assume any personality when I went on radio because this is who I am. This is how I am. और वो अपनी सारी vulnerability जो है ना वो मेरी ब्रांड का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है. और वो vulnerability लेके मैं गया रेडियो पे, कैमरा पे, अपनी कमियां, अपनी नासमझी, चीजों को न जानना मैं लेके गया, right? So मुझे कहीं कुछ सोचना नहीं पड़ा कि hey, is this matching my, because well, this is who I am. There's no brand to live up to or design.
बिल्कुल. नीलेश की कहानी जहां तक उनकी स्टोरी टेलिंग है बड़ी बड़ी सहज है, लेकिन मंत्रा व्हाट यू हैव डन इज आल्सो फिनोमिनल बिकॉज डिटेक्टिव इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्पेस में भास्कर घोष व्हाट इट इज डूइंग इट्स हिटिंग द रूफ. स्पॉटिफाई पर इट इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट अमेजिंग मोस्ट हर्ड शोज टुडे. भास्कर घोष का ख्याल कैसे आया? हाउ डिड यू एंड उसमें सिर्फ आपने वॉइस नहीं दी है, इट इज योर प्रोडक्शन. दो काम एक साथ. How are you able to do that? How are you
बिल्कुल
managing
सौरभ
that?
यार I enjoyed storytelling all throughout और खासतौर पे रेडियो ड्रामास का बहुत पुराना मुरीद रहा था मैं. ये मिश्रा जी बताएंगे, आपको वर्मा जी बताएंगे कि जो खासतौर पे वो जो दिन हुआ करते थे ना जब हवा महल सुना करते थे हमारे पेरेंट्स, और जो अपॉइंटमेंट लिसनरशिप के बारे में जो मिश्रा जी बता रहे हैं कि हाउ पीपल यूज्ड टू एक्चुअली सिट इन फ्रंट ऑफ द रेडियो सेट एंड लिसन टू दोज रेडियो प्लेज ऑफ हवा महल. तो उनके टेप सुना करते थे हम. At one point of time, I still remember, I come from इंदौर मध्य प्रदेश, और मैं एक ऐसे दौर में पला बड़ा जहां पर सिनेमा देखने से ज्यादा हम लोग सिनेमा सुना करते थे. तो इससे पहले कि मैंने शोले फिल्म देखी थी, मैंने शोले सुनी थी. जो वो ऑडियो कैसेट्स आया करते थे, याद है नीरज भाई, अमित भाई, कि एक यूज्ड टू लिसन टू फिल्म्स ऑन द ऑडियो कैसेट्स. एंड मेरे मन में खुद जय और वीरू का अपना खुद का परसेप्शन था. इससे पहले कि मैंने बच्चन साहब को देखा या धर्मेंद्र जी को देखा या अमजद खान को देखा, मेरे मन में मेरा खुद का गब्बर बना हुआ था. तो तभी मैंने ये चीज तब का उसका एक मेरे ऊपर रुझान रहा. फिर जब दिल्ली शिफ्ट हुए, रेडियो करते करते आगे बढ़े, वर्ल्ड स्पेस का दौर आया था, आपको याद होगा. मच अहेड ऑफ देयर टाइम वर्ल्ड स्पेस ने काफी बढ़िया बढ़िया शोज बनाए थे. एंड देन अनफॉर्चुनेटली इट डिडंट वर्क आउट फॉर देम. तो मैं वेट ही कर रहा था कि एक ऐसा टाइम आए जब जो कमर्शियल रेडियो है, जो टेरेस्ट्रियल रेडियो है, उस पर जो मैं नहीं कर पा रहा था, बिकॉज जैसा कि नीलेश भाई ने बताया कि ये कुछ सेट फॉर्मेट थे कि भाई रेडियो यही है. एंड सत्य भी है कि रेडियो म्यूजिक मीडियम है. रेडियो का प्राइमरी फोकस म्यूजिक है. घंटे के 50 मिनट आपको संगीत सुनाना है. वो दूसरी बात है कि एड्स इतने चल जाते हैं रेडियो स्टेशन के अंदर कि आपको समझ में नहीं आता कि जॉक कब बोले, म्यूजिक कब बजाएं या एड कब बजाएं. लेकिन आई वाज वेटिंग फॉर एन अपॉर्चुनिटी जब दोनों का मिश्रण कर सकूं.
पहले सॉन्ग्स के बीच में ऐड आता था, अब ऐड के बीच में सॉन्ग्स आते हैं.
सॉरी, मेरा थोड़ा सा लैग हो रहा है बिकॉज मुझे बताया गया कि मैं मोबाइल पे हूं, तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा लैग हो रहा है. इसलिए मैं एक बार में बोल के खत्म कर दे रहा हूँ. रेडियो जॉकी वाली लिंक होती है ना, टॉप और टेल, सो दैट आप अगर बोले तो मैं एक दूसरे के ऊपर ओवरलैप ना कर पाऊं. मेरा थोड़ा सा लैग चल रहा है, इसलिए मुझे मैसेजेस भी आए हैं. सो या दैट्स अबाउट हाउ इट हैपेंड सौरभ, एंड व्हाट अ वंडरफुल टाइम आई हैव हैड बीन. नीलेश भाई, ये सौरभ भी पुराने चावल हैं. ये इन्होंने और अनंत ने बहुत आग मचाई थी दिल्ली में उन दिनों में, पुराने दिनों के अंदर. आज ये बढ़िया शर्ट पहन के बैठे तो खड़े होंगे तो शर्ट टक इन भी दिखाई देगी आपको, लेकिन ये वो टी शर्ट वाले ही लोग थे एक टाइम पे.
तो ये एक्सेल शीट बनाना हाल में सीखे हैं मतलब.
नहीं, एक्सेल शीट तो अभी भी नहीं बन पाती नीलेश भाई. अमित, कमिंग टू यू. अमित, मतलब हम लोगों का तो चलो समझ आता है, कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग रेडियो से 20-25 साल से जुड़े हुए हैं. And then we have gotten into the audio part of it. But Amit, what prompted you? आप तो अच्छे खासे writer, journalist हैं. You have had tremendous career with the Guardian. आप इतने जबरदस्त newspapers के लिए, print medium के लिए लिखते रहे. What made you get into podcasting?
एक्चुअली आई थिंक मैं तो इत्तेफाक से आ गया. इट वाज एन एक्सीडेंट कि मैंने कुछ ट्राई कर लिया एंड देन इट वर्कड आउट. लेकिन आई एम वेरी लकी टू हैव गॉटन इन. और मैंने क्या रियलाइज किया है पिछले कुछ सालों में दैट इन द अर्ली 2000s आई वाज वन ऑफ द अर्ली ब्लॉगर्स इन इंडिया. आई हैड अ ब्लॉग कॉल्ड इंडिया अनकट दैट बिकेम रियली पॉपुलर. एंड देन द क्रिएटर इकोनॉमी वाज वेरी डिफरेंट. और अभी बहुत फर्क है. जैसे नीलेश ने भी बताया, वन ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट रियलाइजेशंस आई हैव हैड रिसेंटली एंड समथिंग दैट्स रियली चेंज्ड ओवर द last couple of years is that back in the day when we all started in the 90s, supposing आप आर्टिकल लिख रहे हो So you have no way of reaching the audience directly. You send it to a Times of India. Times of India will aggregate your eyeballs, and they will sell it to advertisers. So you have no way of reaching your audience directly, and your audience obviously values your work. If they're reading you, they're listening to you, they're giving their time, and time is money. But you have no way of capturing any of that. अभी क्या हुआ है कि पिछले 3-4 सालों में वो सब बदल गया है, where creators can reach the audience directly and can monetize that directly. जैसे नीलेश कह रहे हैं कि platforms have no idea what's going on. That's so true across media, because the way people discover knowledge, discover information, consume information, filter information, सब बदल गया है. And all these big platforms, they have absolutely no idea what's going on. So if Nilesh was, Nilesh mentioned that if he was to pitch his show 10 years ago, people would have laughed him out of the room. If I was to tell someone that, hey, I'll do episodes which are 5-hour conversations with boring academics, I would have been laughed out of the room. Similarly, any of us. But now the point is that we are not constrained by the conventional dogmatic knowledge of, our gatekeepers. Every creator can bring his own imagination to play. There are millions of people throwing different things at the wall. Some things work, some things don't. Niches form, niches get discovered. So it's an incredibly exciting time. But to briefly answer your question specifically about podcasts and why they are special more than I feel any other medium, is that if I'm watching a YouTube video, I can click on another tab, I can turn my head and talk to a friend, I can pick up a physical book. Podcast listeners tend to be captive audiences. They are either commuting or working out or doing errands. So they have chosen to be captive audiences. They're typically listening at double speed or more, because a brain can comprehend 500 words a minute while we can only speak at 200 words a minute. So they're captive audiences listening to higher speeds, and they crave depth. ये जो बात है ना कि शॉर्ट अटेंशन स्पैन है, सब लोग को शैलो इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए, मैं भी मानता था, ये बिल्कुल गलत है. बिल्कुल गलत है, because everybody else is giving you shallow content which is a mile wide and an inch deep. There is a hunger for depth out there, which podcasts uniquely fill. It's such an intimate medium. You can go deep, you can go long, you can have 4-hour conversations. So that's why I just feel that it's tremendously exciting, and I'm really blessed to have discovered podcasting, and to be sharing the insights of all my wonderful co-panelists who are all such fine pioneers in their own right.
Yeah. May, one question to you. May, how did you think of this peculiar name, MADE, which is MAED rather than MADE? Did you want to endorse your brand into it, or it just came and you started following your podcast with it?
No, so actually, just like Nilesh and Mantra, I'm also an ex-radio person, because there's quite a few ex-radio people in podcasting. And I used to be on Radio 1, and I used to do a request show in the afternoons. And what would happen was that people would send me requests, and someone on Twitter somewhere, I had played a song that he asked for, and he started this like hashtag, thanks so much, May, for playing my request, hashtag made my day, and he spelled it MAEDE. And then, when I had eventually quit radio and I got into podcasting, the show that I wanted to make was kind of dedicated and geared towards, finding a place where I could actually feature independent music, because radio was really not the space where independent artists were getting featured. You'd usually be relegated to some, off-peak hour on like a random day, and I wanted to have a chance to be able to get artists into the studio. And a lot of radio studios are not meant to record bands. Like, you can't mic a drum kit in a radio studio. It's just not possible, So I wanted to be able to, use like the studios I used to go do voiceovers in and be able to record artists. And then that made my day. When I was trying to come up with a name for a show, I just kind of took that and be like, okay, thank you, whoever on Twitter, I'm going to use that. And that's how Made in India was born, at least the name was, yeah.
But May, do you find, breaking that content clutter a challenge? Because that's something that I think discoverability of podcast, one thing. And the second thing is how to break that content clutter, how to get the best out of, millions of content pieces out there.
So one thing I want to say about podcasting is that you're going to, whatever idea, like if you sort of decide to do your own podcast, whatever show that you are going to come up with is just something that hasn't been done before. Like there is so much new ground that is being, sort of built on with podcasting, right? Like I think towards the end of last year, there are like 1 million podcasts globally. But if you look at his YouTube channels, there are like some 23 million YouTube channels. So if you think about where we are, and especially like if you don't look globally, if you just look in India, like anything, like even the fact that like, we work with like 2 incredible writers and journalists, Supriya Naya and Dipanjana Pal, and we do a book show with them, and they're called the Lit Pickers, and that doesn't exist. There aren't 2 women talking about books in India. How is that possible? Tell me one other indie music show that exists. Tell me one other The Seen and the Unseen that exists. It's literally like, how can like there only be one of this show? Because literally there is just no one else doing any of this stuff. So if tomorrow, like someone from Nagaland wants to make a show about, their local folklore, they can do that. And it hasn't been done before. So when you're saying there's clutter, I'm like, not really. There isn't that much clutter. In actuality, this is the best time. When Amit was talking about the fact that he's like, I'm glad I'm here right now because we're at like this crest of a wave. You're at this space where you can come up with like an idea and do it and it be something new in this space. So I think there's clutter. You could do something new and it actually be something that could have potential success. You're not sort of caught and trying to sort of claw through, because podcasting is still a little bit of a wild west when it comes to just media consumption, right? There is no, when you're going to watch a video online, it's going to be on YouTube. You're not going to Vivo, Vimeo, you're going to YouTube. With podcasting, it's still like an open space. You still have a chance to be your own creator, to be able to go out there, to build the community around your show. So I think that's still possible with podcasting, and I hope it kind of still stays that way.
I hope that freedom stays. Nilesh Bhai has to leave, but Nilesh Bhai, before you leave, there is a question, and question has come from one of our co-founders, Rohit Vadhyay. So Rohit says that stories को हम अगर मूवीज में दिखाते हैं या छोटे पर्दे पे चाहे बड़े पर्दे पे, उसकी खूबसूरती और निखर आती है. ऑडियो में भी खूबसूरत लगती है स्टोरी, लेकिन क्या उतनी खूबसूरत और बन सकती है जैसे कि हमें टीवी पे या मूवीज में दिखाई देती है? स्टोरी की खूबसूरती उतनी बेहतर हो सकती है?
ऑडियो मीडियम विजुअल मीडियम से बहुत ज़्यादा पावरफुल मीडियम है, क्योंकि अगर आप एक हीरो और हीरोइन को देखते हैं टीवी पर या फिल्म में, तो आपको 2 चेहरे सौंप दिए जाते हैं. You handed 2 faces and you have to live with them. You might not like them in the first frame, but you have to live with them for the next 2 hours or the next 500 episodes. ऑडियो में जब मैं बोलता हूँ कि मेरी पड़ोसन, तो बहुत से करोड़ लोग अपनी अपनी पड़ोसन का चेहरा अपने मन में बना लेते हैं, जैसा अभी मंत्रा ने कहा. तो ऑडियो बहुत ज़्यादा ताकतवर मीडियम है. ऑडियो is a very visceral, very, it's a blue sky medium where I think it is so good, especially for kids, for people with imagination. तो कोई comparison ही नहीं है दोनों का. और ये पावर मैंने ऑडियो शुरू करने के बाद पहचाना. मैं भी रेडियो को कुछ खास नहीं समझता था, और उसके बाद रेडियो पे आने के बाद मैंने रेडियो की ताकत को पहचाना है. तो I think the ability to dream, the ability to imagine is something that an audio creator is handing to his or her audience, and that's beautiful. That's the most beautiful thing that we can do.
Acha, I'm throwing this open, this question to almost everyone over here. What are the challenges we are facing in audio today? What do you think are the challenges? Anyone
I
can
definitely
take this
have an answer to this question.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
So I think one of my main issues with this is that the discoverability on apps, I think the whole thing is that when we talk about clutter, it isn't that there is like too much content. It's just that apps haven't found a good way in which to be able to provide some kind of spotlight for shows. And I think one of the things is that like discoverability of podcasts via apps or wherever is like really low. Like most of the podcasts that I hear about in general are either word of mouth, which is ridiculous to say the least. And the other way is usually through other podcasts. So a lot of the time I'm discovering podcasts through other podcasts. So sometimes podcasts feature other shows or they talk about other shows, and that's how I discover. But yeah, I think that's a huge problem.
All right. I think Nilesh has to leave. आपको मैं चाहता तो था कि और 15-20 मिनट आप हमारे साथ टाइम देते, because I think a lot of people would want to have some questions for you. कुछ ना कुछ पूछना चाहते थे. But Nilesh, parting thought for you.
What you just said. To me, the challenge is slightly different, actually. Of course, discoverability is an issue, and all of us have our battles with the respective platforms we're on. First, there was Orkut, and then there was Facebook, and you realized for the first time that you could also say something that the world could want to hear. So before that, millions and millions of people were used to being in the audience and listening to others. After Facebook, you gave them the mic, right? You gave them the pedestal. And then came TikTok, right? I think what that has done is it has created far more creators than there should have been in a more rational, creative world. And people there should have been far more people listening, which is also giving you humility, the ability to listen. And one of the perhaps unintended spin-offs of social media or these platforms, the ability for everybody to create was that there was nobody to tell them कि भाई तुम ठीक नहीं बना रहे हो, तुम सुनो, तुम्हारी life इससे improve होगी. The ability for everybody to tweet, to feel, so okay, again, not against any of that, but as a creative form, it suffered because everybody in the audience wanted to come on stage and had the facility to come on stage and the ability to come on stage. And because there was no mentoring, right, what May just said, right, that's another reality. I'm sure it's true for all of you. It's definitely true for me. I'm not insecure of anybody. And it's a shame that I'm not insecure of anybody. In a country like India, with the oldest storytelling traditions in the world, why don't we have 10,000 storytellers out there? And I would say, like, bhai kya kaam karta hai? Because the discoverability of talent, of course, there's the discoverability of our content once we go on the apps. So, न जाने कितनी रामलीला कमेटियों में, थिएटर ग्रुप्स में, स्कूलों में, कॉलेजों में इतने अद्भुत कलाकार इस वक्त बैठे हैं जो डिजिटल युग में पीछे रह गए और हमेशा पिछड़े रहेंगे. Because the only way to measure success and popularity is how many likes and how many streams, and that is it. And once they get 300 views and not 30,000 or 3 lakh, they will lose out. We are in a very strange world of, of validation, of discoverability of talent, of discoverability of content. And I have trouble with all of these, with a very, very algorithm-driven world. And what we're doing at Slow, for example, on the Slow app is, can you have a person like you said, Saurabh, or May, you said that person from Nagaland wants to, without worrying, how will I do SEO? How will I get ahead? And at some point I realized that, hey, my life as a creator is not worth it. Let me just walk away. It's a very, very fundamental challenge with this algorithm-driven world of creators, which I think is defining the kind of content we should have and we should be consuming, making it far more difficult for people to discover good content, meaningful content, because then the creator has to become spunky, titillating, salacious, because they have to get ahead. उन्हें बदतमीजी करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि तभी नजर आपकी जाएगी. मैं अगर सीधी सादी बात करूंगा मेरे ऊपर नहीं नजर जाएगी. That is the challenge. I don't know. Forgive this rant as I walk away.
No, I think
looked at the room once again, and I said, "Well, let me make my rant clear to you."
Thank you, Nilesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have a meeting. Otherwise, I would have loved chatting with you guys more. And I'm sure इससे कोई अड्डा फिर से हमारा बनेगा. Thank you, Amit, Mantra, May, and Saurabh. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations on your 1-year anniversary.
See you, Nilesh bhai.
Thank you. Thank you. Mantra, Amit, May, please stay. Same question, Mantra. Brand safety has become an issue. Amit, brand safety. जो अभी I think Nilesh ने भी जो topic कहीं ना कहीं वो touch किया है, because people are trying to overdo things in terms of getting likes and subscribers, and those are the things driving at least the video world. I don't know about audio, how much of it is going to be driven by that.
I'll just offer a slight counterpoint here to what both May and Nilesh kind of said. As far as discoverability is concerned, I think it's always been the case in any media that your top 5% of artists are going to get 95% of the audiences. That's kind of just the way it is. It's a challenge for any artist on how do you cut the clutter, how do you get past that. And my answer always is that, like, and where I kind of have apprehensions about what Nilesh said is, I think it's a fantastic thing that anybody can get out there and create. And I really believe that over a period of time, it's Sturgeon's law says 90% of everything is scrap, right? So over a period of time, the cream will find its way to the top. I'm not worried about that. And I really think the good product is the best marketing. Like, my show never had any kind of showcasing from the apps, never was in any charts, none of that, So I don't think that really matters. But the crucial point on how to stand out and how much of a challenge it is that earlier, when you asked May about how do you get past the clutter, one, she made the fantastic point that in India, actually, there is so much left undone that, all around you, there are gaps that haven't been filled. But what I would add to that is that even if you want to do something that's been done before, like say you want to do an interview show, right? There are a dime a dozen, or you want to do a policy show, there are a dime a dozen. You want to do a storytelling show, there are so many of them. Even then, it's fine, because you don't need to look for gaps in the market. I think the important thing for any creator is to be authentic to themselves. Right? When I listen to May's show, for example, or Dipanjana's or Shupriya's show, for example, the reason I listen is not the content only. It is that I am getting particular points of view which are coming from particular people. And even if I didn't know them personally, I would think like, I know this person. There is that intimacy the medium brings you. Like when I used to teach my podcasting course, what I would tell my students is that, don't be diffident about what you bring to the table and say that, oh, what is great about me? Why should people listen to me? The point is, of the 7 billion people on this planet, you have something that nobody else does, and that's you. And if you are authentic to yourself, I believe that's the best way to beat the clutter. I think if you do, all of this in an old media world was fine, that you go for the lowest common denominator, you want likes and retweets and all that. I don't think that's really so relevant. That the way to actually cut the clutter, get past that, build a reputation, get organic reach, is by not bothering about all those shallow considerations and just being true to yourself. So I actually think, number one, that it's a great thing that anybody can just start a podcast. It costs nothing. Mobile phone leke usme record kar sakte hai. Everything is so easy. It's been democratized. And I think that my advice to young creators would be, don't worry about the clutter, don't worry about validation. आप करते रहो, eventually your work will find its audience. But if you try too hard for validation, then you won't improve, and you'll keep compromising, and you'll never find yourself. So just be true to yourself, and eventually it'll work out. That's kind of what I would say.
Yeah, I kind of echo what Amit says, because I would actually disagree with Nilesh. I know he's not here, but I disagree with him. And I think it's a little unfair to say that like now everyone has the mic. The thing is, there is like some, barrier in some way to like how, like what it takes to like do what it is that you want to do. Yes, like you try, even to figure out the show that you want to make takes time, even to figure out that, okay, is this what I want to do or this? Because like I've had so many creators talk to me and ask me, like, I ask them, what's your idea? And they're like, I want to interview interesting people doing interesting things. And I'm like, okay, Oprah did that too. But what are you going to bring to the table that's going to be different? And the thing is, and I know people hate this word niche, but the thing is, I actually think the more specific your idea is, the more like the more likely that it is that you're going to do something different. So if you are going to, do an interview show, how are you going to do it differently? If you are going to do, like, because I actually started out as a radio journalist, right? Like, and then like radio journalism doesn't exist in India unless you are AIR. And so I became an RJ here. I became a creative manager here. And then I've got into podcasting. But my thing is that in this space and where, like, I actually think when someone has a really, really specific idea of what they want to do, I think that will, that will hold them in good stead because they're doing something that they know that they're interested in. And my issue here isn't that you have to be an RJ to be able to make a show. You could be a scientist from Chandigarh, or you could be a rapper from Kashmir, or you could be anyone. And the thing is that you have something different. You have something that you're bringing to the table that's different. And even if, by the way, even if you're talking about the numbers game, even if your audience is like 500 people, that's okay. Why is it this thing that like it has to be millions? 500 loyal people who come and listen to your half-hour, 1-hour show every week. That's loyalty. And I think the value has to change from quantity to quality. It has to be that if I have these core people who have like their active attention on my podcast for this time, and I think Amit brought it up earlier about this idea of short attention spans, right? I mean, if in podcasting, like the beauty is that like people are listening for like over 20 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. 5 hours of it. So I think like there's a real sea change here. And there are things that people are just like, you have to figure out what are the things that you're going to value now.
But I just want to come back with a quick counterpoint that I am not entirely in agreement with that notion that that if the idea sounds boring or doesn't sound exciting, like having conversations with interesting people, that the idea, I don't think the idea has to be particularly different. I think a lot of people discover what they want to do as they do it. And I would say perfection is the enemy of production. So to any creator who's listening to this, I would just say, just start doing it. You'll discover it as it go along. My early episodes were 20 minutes. Now they're more than 4 hours. I discovered and learned a lot of things along the way. So I think that for creators, my advice would be, don't overthink it ki ye kaisa idea hai. If Dan Carlin, before he did Hardcore History, went to someone and said ki I will do a show where each subject I will talk for 25 hours, only me talking, no sound effects, no nothing, he would have been laughed out of the room, right? So my advice to creators is just try everything, throw it at the wall, have fun, don't think too much about markets or validation, just do what makes you happy.
Action. But Mantra, this is a wrong question, but I will still ask. You're the wrong person to be asked this question. Bhuke Pet na Bhajan Gopala. Audio influencers, where would they get the money? Even if you're podcasting, where is the money?
No, true, absolutely. And your first question also was pretty much valid, that what are the challenges that our medium faces at this point of time? What May said was absolutely, I mean, she's absolutely right when it comes to the back end and the tech of many podcasting portals. There's a long way to go before, discoverability of podcasts becomes easier. But I personally believe that one of the biggest challenges that the audio industry faces at this point of time is a comparison with the video, with the simple fact of the matter is most of the people turn around and say, कितना अच्छा podcast बनाया तूने, कितनी अच्छी story है, web series क्यों नहीं बनाता? भाई मेरे को अगर web series बनानी होती तो मैं web series बना लेता, और मैं शायद web series बनाऊंगा भी, because वो भी मेरा शौक है. But but I want to tell stories through the audio medium. Audio fiction is a space that I enjoy and I'm passionate towards it. I would like to tell these tales through the audio medium because I believe it's a blind man's television. I keep saying this phrase that ye netrahin ka chalchitra hai, and you keep painting pictures in the mind of the listener. So that comparison with the video, and we've always considered to be the poor cousins, no? Radio bhi jab kiya karte the, to are radio matlab TV karega tab batana kya ho raha hai. So that's one thing that always stayed back with me. And today specifically, I know we are at Earshot. I know we are talking about digital portals, and we have all these wonderful portals out there. But I still feel, and my heart still beats for radio. And the biggest challenge that the terrestrial radio or the FM industry is facing is a challenge from its own digital cousin. And that is us. I mean, we are challenging ourselves. And the biggest unfortunate part today is sort of pick up your phone, whichever phone you're using. You can be using an Android phone. You won't have a radio app on it. I mean, come on, for years and years back, जब नया नया रेडियो आया था तब वो नोकिया का डब्बा आया करता था, उसमें रेडियो का एक वायर लगा के आप स्नेक खेलते थे और रेडियो सुनते थे. तब हुआ करता था. आज 2021 is going on. Your phone can show you everything under the sun, but it doesn't have a radio app. Now, if this is not a sabotage, then what is? I know the legalities behind it. I know the music labels are responsible. I know that there needs to be accountability of who's playing which song taki music labels ko paisa mile. But discoverability of podcast, and forget that, discoverability of radio. गाड़ी में नहीं बैठे तो रेडियो सुन ही नहीं सकते. Not sooner or later, if anything happens to the terrestrial FM and if it goes down, we will be ourselves to be blamed.
बिल्कुल, but at the same time, रेडियो का बेशक फॉर्म बदलते जा रहा हो, but I believe audio is there to stay. Thank you so much, guys. Amit, May, Mantra, thank you so much. एक सेशन मुझे लगता है काफी कम पड़ रहा है. We have to have more sessions like this. Earshot Podfest पे, thank you guys for coming, and जो सुनने वाले हैं, they should stay tuned because Adwaita Kala is coming right after this session, and she's going to be talking about shows, languages, and much more. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Saurabh.
Happy anniversary, Earshot. Bye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Earshot Podfest 2021, where we're having a series of conversations with podcasters, a relatively new medium in India, and the inroads that it's making into public discourse as well as engagement. And I'm delighted to be hosting this very special panel because podcasting and audio is not only about English or Hindi, but about the myriad languages that we speak in our country and are proud to speak in our country. And it's a delight that podcasting is spreading out onto the mother tongue and is engaging with audiences from across the country. And this is really the beginning. And I have a panel with me who can best be described as pioneers because they're really taking the first steps in this direction when it comes to making podcasts, sort of permeate every area, every location of our vast, diverse country. So please join me in welcoming this panel. We have with us today, of course, Malini Avasthi, folk artist, very well known. She's taken folk singing mainstream in a way that it has never happened before. Thank you so much, Malini ji. And then there is, of course, popular actor from Assam, Barsharani Bishoya. Thank you so much for joining us. There's Ms. Sudeshna Roy, filmmaker, as well as Mr. Udayan Durara. I hope I pronounced that right. Forgive me if I haven't, podcaster. And then there's me, Advaita Kala. I'm, of course, a writer and occasional YouTuber. So let's get started right away. And let's start with Barsha, or Borsha, as they would say, pronounce it. How did you get into podcasting?
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to be a part of this live session today. And congratulations to your Earshot on completing a year in this podcast medium. Actually, audio has been a very fascinating media for me since childhood. If I'm asked to speak about audio media, it takes me back to my childhood. मैं बड़ी हुई हूँ मेरे नानी के घर में. And I still remember after coming back from school, this rule was set by my nanny that I have to take a nap for an hour in the afternoon. I used to hate that rule. And my nanny used to make sure that I stick to the bed. She used to make me listen to radio. I remember this show that was dedicated to the Indian soldiers. And this voice used to come like, हमारे सैनिक भाइयों के लिए. I have a very faint memory, but I believe that's how. Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. We can hear you. I think
so. So probably that was when this my fascination for audio started. Then incidentally, I became an actor later on. And all thanks to my audience that they have given me immense love on this audio and visual medium. But then somehow that love for audio was there. I did few shows for All India Radio, few plays. Then this challenge was thrown at me that passing, enrolling yourself as an All India artist, it's very, very tough. So I took it up as a challenge, and I went for the test, the audio drama artist test for All India Radio. And recently I was enrolled, certified. I'm a certified B-High radio artist now. So that's how it started. And I have seen that audio as an actor, audio, obviously, visually, you have to look good. Your expressions has to be good. But every actor will agree with me that audio is a very strong part, is a very major part for an actor. You have to be very proper while delivering your lines. You have to be, your speech has to be, the clarity has to be there in your speech. So then I realized after doing few plays with All India Radio, I got overwhelming response from my audience, and I was surprised that even now, today's generation also, they are so fascinated of audio media. And recently, there was an app, I will not take the name, there was an app which was on a rage, and I've seen how the youngsters got involved, so vibrantly in this app, then I thought that yes, this is a medium which I should try out, and I should be, because while listening to a podcast, you have to be very attentive. And podcast is something I believe uh, needs to be popularized more now, and I take it as a responsibility, because listening develops patience, and that is very much needed in the youngsters. So I believe it's my also a social responsibility to be on podcast.
That's a lovely observation, because in the world of social media now, we're not listening as much as offering our opinions and talking. So
And
there
thanks to
has
my
been a
nanny,
shift. Yes,
that
and
she
your nanny
developed this habit of listening in me.
like your nanny reminds me of my nana. I remember in childhood, like, radio used to always be on at home, and then as we grew older, somehow we lost touch with the radio, apart from just being in the car and commuting. And now once again it's come back to us in this new avatar of the podcast. Malini ji, your life has been immersed in sound.
Yes.
And for you, how do you view this phenomena now of the podcast, capturing the imagination of the youth especially?
So very warm namaskar to everyone, and I'm glad, very happy, Adwaita, you said that, because as an artist and as an old timer, when I say as an old timer, I was very happy to listen to Varsha ji speaking about All India Radio and the grading system, because I was 9 when I began with Akashvani, and radio was always all about sound and highs and lows and your voice modulation, how you speak, how you emote. And as a child artist, I still remember having taken part in skits, plays. I'm talking of, say, um early 70s. So those were the days. And at home, we had this grand habit. My mother would not let go the radio off her kitchen. So as a family, I think radio became a part of our system. I can even tell you that it became a part of our upbringing, because I think she meant Jawano Ke Liye, a very popular show by Vibhav Bharati. Not only this, in fact, the Urdu service, the BBC, and late evenings, particularly late evening shows where we would have them narrate stories. And there was a very popular show by Vibhav Bharati called Hawa Mahal, where they would have great grand plays. Um, and one act will end on one day, they will wait for the next day, 9 p.m., to listen to the remaining part of the show. It was called Hawa Mahal, 9 p.m. I'm sure all veterans must remember this, but I was amazed how they would do it. And also during Akashvani concerts, they used to have plays where they are not putting on any makeup, not in any theatrics, no costume, nothing, just emoting. So my both gurus, ustads, have been in radio station, Ustad Rahat Ali Khan Saab and Shujaat Saab. So yes, other than what I do, I mean, the world knows me as a singer. I have been a very observant person, and I have been observing all this. And Adwaita, I think all artists, when we sing, and particularly I'll speak about myself, like I perform folk songs, and they're always about different time, different moods, different seasons, and you have to really feel and emote it. And most of the time, there is no particular guru for these songs. There is no benchmark how they've been done. So you have to have it inside. So I look at podcast also as a mean. To me, I think it comes, if you are speaking about how Earshot happened, it came as a surprise, like Abhijit and Manish Masumji, they just got in touch with me and they said, we want you to do this. And I think you will be able to do with this, because I am a very expressive person. And you won't believe, my daughter had been telling me since 2 years that you should start podcasting, because last year during lockdown, I did non-stop live videos where I would talk about problems, psychological problems, societal issues. And I would go on and on without any paper, without any help, just speaking. So some of the people, they told me that, it's very therapeutic when we listen to you. It feels as if some doctor is talking. I was surprised. So when this offer came to me, I said, why not? Because the particular series that I have just finished doing, or rather I'm in the middle of doing, is about the Girmitias, our ancestors who traveled from India to Mauritius, Fiji, Trinidad, and their journey of 5 generations now, how they traveled from UP and Bihar. So it had to be told in Bhojpuri, and the best part of it all was that I've traveled to these places. I've seen those museums, so I knew what I was talking. कई बार ऐसा भी हुआ है, क्योंकि भोजपुरी का है, मैं इसलिए यहाँ पे हिंदी में भोजपुरी में बताऊंगी कि जब हम लाइव करें तो उसमें मैंने अपनी ओर से चीजें जोड़ी भी हैं कुछ जगह पे, जैसे कि मैं यहाँ पर अपनी एक पॉडकास्टर के संग जब आप भाषा, क्योंकि आपका विषय यही है, अपनी अपनी बोलियों से जुड़कर बोलने का, दिक्कत है कैसी आती है, जैसे हमें भोजपुरी पे बोलना है। अब भोजपुरी इतनी सुनने में लगता है कि अच्छा बिहार की बोली है, पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश की बोली, लेकिन आपको यकीन नहीं होगा कि भोजपुरी भी कम से कम 12-13 तरह से बोली जाती है, अलग अलग शहरों में, अलग अलग जिलों, अलग अलग बॉर्डर्स पे जाके बदल जाती है। तो जो स्क्रिप्ट थी, और मेरी गोरखपुर में अपब्रिंगिंग हुई है, बनारस से मेरा ताल्लुक रहा है, तो मैं उसमें अपने हिसाब से कुछ बदलती थी, क्योंकि कुछ शब्दों में जहाँ पे बहुत ड्रामा है, ड्रामेटिक है, वहां पर आपका जितना नैसर्गिक निकलेगा, हृदय से निकलेगी चीजें, और वो आपके अपने मदर टंग में ही एक्सप्रेशंस हो सकते हैं। तो वो आई वाज हैप्पी कि उन्होंने मुझे छूट दी कि नहीं मालिनी जी, आप इसको जैसे कह रहे हो कहिए। एक दो ऐसे लोगों के बारे में बातें थी जिनसे मैं मिली हुई थी, हॉलैंड में और ट्रिनिडाद में, मॉरिशस में, तो मैंने अपनी ओर से चीजें जोड़ी। सो आई थिंक इट वाज फन। मुझे लगा कि ये सब मेरा देखा हुआ है जो मैं यहाँ पे बता रही हूँ, और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। आज भी मुझे लगता है जब हम बचपन में पढ़ते थे, पढ़ाई करते थे, तो आपको याद होगा कि हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों में, प्रोज में, पोइट्री में, हम लोगों को कभी कभी अनसीन पैसेजेस याद करिए आते थे, एंड देन वी वर आस्क्ड टू नरेट, बिल्ड इट अप, उसमें से क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे हैं। तो ये मुझे लगता है कुछ पॉडकास्ट वैसे ही है कि यू हैव not seen it, but you are experiencing it through the years. You have creating your own image and imagination, and I think that is beautiful, and that is why podcasts must be encouraged, क्योंकि विजुअल मीडियम आपके पास सोचने की शक्ति खत्म कर देता है। तो आई थिंक एज अ पर्सन, एक हमारी बहुत अच्छी दोस्त हैं, उन्होंने उनको सब्जेक्ट चाहिए था साइकोलॉजी का IIM की पढ़ाई के लिए, तो शी हैड पिक्ड इट अप, वो हमको उन्होंने लिया। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आई वांट यू टू राइट 5 स्टोरीज इन 5 minutes फ्लैट, तो 5-5 मिनट में 5 कहानियां। तो मैं बड़ी डिटेलिंग में चली गई, अद्वैता, मतलब सोच लो, कहानी लिखी मैंने। एंड व्हेन वी स्पोक लेटर ऑन, तो शी वाज सरप्राइज, बोली कि इस पे भी स्टडी है कि जो आपकी इमेजिनेशन है, what were your stories about? And I was surprised, they were thrillers and they were supernatural stories. So you know what I'm trying to say, कि जैसे अभी मैंने कहा कहानी में कि जहाज चला और जहाज में अचानक से आंधी और पानी आ गए, लड़का लड़की लोगन के बुखार फैल गए। अब मैं बात कर रही हूँ कि जब प्लेग फैल गया, यहाँ से शिप में लाला रुख से सुरिनाम को गए, और उस समय लोगों को पानी में जो मर रहे थे, पेंडेमिक ना फैले तो कुछ लोग को पानी में फेंक दिया। सो देयर इज ट्रेजेडी, देयर इज ड्रामा, एंड इट्स अ रियलिटी, इट हैज हैपेंड, मुझे मालूम है। तो मैं उस दर्द को, चूंकि मैंने देखी ही सारी चीजें भी, तो मैं बता रही हूँ। तो लोग कम से कम अपनी मानसिक जो इंद्रियां हैं उनको सक्रिय करेंगे कि जहाज कैसे चला होगा, कैसे जा रहा होगा। आई थिंक दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। और मुझे लगता है इसलिए पॉडकास्ट का भारत में तो बहुत स्कोप है। हम अपनी दादी नानियों से कहानियां सुनते हुए बड़ी होने वाली पीढ़ियां हैं। आई थिंक वी नीड टू टेक इट फॉरवर्ड।
हाँ, we've always been an oral tradition. I mean, even आपकी folk singing, so much of it is storytelling.
That's all oral tradition. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's very, very interesting that और untold history की भी हम बात करते हैं, मालिनी जी. I think what you're doing with your podcast is so interesting, क्योंकि we haven't really explored this migration, and it was possibly one of the largest migrations in the world. Was when
Yes.
they went to Trinidad, Tobago, Mauritius, all these places, Myanmar
Yes.
also. Fascinating. I'm definitely going to listen to it because I do understand Bhojpuri, although I may not be able to speak it. Sudeshna ji, we've been talking about audio so much, and you're of course a filmmaker, so your art is the visual art, the visual medium. How do you respond as a filmmaker to podcasts, the growing popularity, and what are the opportunities do you think that the podcasting format offers, which the film format may not necessarily offer?
Good evening and thank you. Earshot, congratulations for completing 1 year. I've just completed pujas where every pandal I went to was either 50 years or 45 years or 75 years. To be here with you all on the first year, I'm really very, very happy. What you had asked me, see, I'll take a thread from what my previous speaker had said. She said about the oral tradition, which you agreed to as well, Advaita. The oral tradition we have grown up on. We have really grown up on this oral tradition. Can you hear me?
Not very clearly, ma'am. Do you want to try and fix that, and then I can come back to you?
I can't hear you.
Not very clearly. It's very soft. I think we're having a little trouble with Sudeshna ji's audio, so we'll get back to her. And Sudeshna ji, can you hear us? So now I'll speak to the only gentleman on our panel, and this is refreshing. Usually it's the gender diversity is flipped. So Udayan ji, you self-identify as a podcaster. That means this is very serious for you. Tell me a little bit about how you got into this. What is it like as a profession? What are the payoffs? How has this changed the way you view the world? Please unmute yourself.
Inviting me and having me on this beautiful forum, and with all the beautiful ladies and all the big Dutch that are sitting right in front of me. I can see them all, but unfortunately it's a really bad weather here. It's raining outside. It's like hailstorm and thunderstorm. So the reception is really poor.
Oh, please don't call it a bad weather. We have been waiting for the showers.
Yeah. So we have an interesting story actually. We were shooting together yesterday, and we have the rain sequence. So we did it with the artificial rain, and today, see, this is it's actually a beautiful weather, but the reception is really poor. Sorry for it, and sorry for the background, and sorry for the mess at the moment. I'm in the shoot, in the location. So this is also one of the changing room where you can see my co-actor is coming and taking out the clothes and going outside to wear that. So I'm really sorry for everything. And Advaita, if you don't mind, can you please repeat what you have asked? I just can't hear things now. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
I said, no, it's great to have a set alive and working again. I mean, it's been a while since one has seen the buzz of a set. So my congratulations to you to be back at work. I was just curious to know about your journey in particular as a podcaster.
Well, this is, I can say myself an accidental podcaster. I wouldn't say I wanted to be a podcaster. But the point is, there's a friend of mine called Oasis, and he, before the pandemic struck us, he always used to tell me that, bro, I have an idea. Let's do a podcast. It's very new here in Assam. Hardly 1 or 2 people have tried it, but they have not succeeded so far. So we'll do in a different way. We'll do audio and visual together with high-end equipments from the mics to the camera. So I said, okay, fine, let's do it. At that time, I decided to shift to Mumbai for good, to pursue my acting career there. But Vidiga Vidhan, I shifted in the month of January, and by March, it's lockdown. And so I have to come back to my native place. and continue my pending work. And then I called him up like, okay, let's do it then. So how do we go about it? So he said, we will do video for YouTube and we will stream it on a reputed music platform, which I don't think I can name it. But yeah, it's one of the top music. What do we call that? The streaming platform. So it's there. So we started our first episode and we had no idea what exactly is going to happen, because podcast is very, very popular in the Western countries. So it's a huge business there. They earn from the streaming sites, they earn from YouTube, they make a lot of money, a lot of giveaways, cash. They do a lot of things. So that's actually inspired us. And we thought of doing something our own, and what to do then. So being an actor from the Assamese film industry and the fraternity, I know each and everyone. All are my colleague and all are like my friends. So I started calling them one by one, and without any script, without any proper, questionnaire, what to ask, well, how do we go about it? We just blindly started, and we just started, and we used to talk about anything and everything. So people started liking it, and that's how it boomed. And we were still in shock that our podcast channel in YouTube have crossed more than 1.20 K subscriber in 6 months. So which is a good amount, I think. And
that's excellent.
And I wanted my next guest to be Borkha Rani, and I have been begging her since so long, like, hey, come on to my show. And we were talking also yesterday.
You can ask
she's
her
the
right
only
now.
one she's the only one who has not come to my show. I'm like, why?
So you have to give me, you have to promise that there won't be any visual, only audio will be there.
Oh, we can do that. We can do that. We will shoot ourselves and we will put a camera on a frame where there is no one. So we can do that.
Sure.
But that's how it started. And trust me, Assam being a very, very, this podcast thing is very new to India also, I would say. Yeah, but there are many big companies, big names of YouTube who had already started podcasting in national level. So they are doing brilliant. They have shifted from podcast to many other things. So that was the initial idea, that we also start doing it here in Assam from a small scale. Let's see what happens. And our podcast, I'm not boasting myself, but thank God, thank you to all the people who are watching at the moment from Assam for making our podcast, Ojantrik, one of the biggest podcasts ever in Assam. So that actually moved us. And
what does the title mean? What does the title of your podcast mean?
Ojantrik. Ojantrik means
Ojantrik.
Ojantrik to kya bujana dia. It's like
Jantrik is mechanical, or Jantrik is
it's non-mechanical, non-monotonous.
Oh, okay.
Ojantrik. Okay. So we are living a mechanical life. We are all mechanical now. We are all pissed off. We are all always sad on anything.
So he means to say in his show, everyone has to be real. You cannot fake.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. That's what people love about it. And I think anything you present to people, if it is beautifully done, everybody will like good things. Right from films, right from songs, anything you do it good. People will appreciate it. People will love it, and that is simple.
Absolutely. And I think also there is a growing appetite for authenticity,
Exactly.
About Ojantrik, there was a film that Ritik Ghatak, he's a very famous filmmaker from yesteryears. He had made a film called Ojantrik, and which was about a car which had a mind of its own. So Ojantrik is not mechanical. It's also something that has a mind of its own. So your podcasts, I must say, are things which have a mind of their own, not just realistic.
Exactly. No, thank you.
Welcome.
And that's something really.
And it's a lovely
that's coming
name
from you is nice. Thank you. Sorry, Advaita. Can't hear you.
I said I wanted to know what it meant, because it really grabs hold of you. It's a name that you find easy to
Then
connect.
we should. I personally should thank my partner for naming it, because he wanted to name it like UD Talks, ye wo, falana dimkana, bahut sara naam socha. Then we wanted something very authentic, which is like people will connect immediately. And trust me, all the youth of Assam at the moment loved our show, and they're still liking it. And we are not able to do regular episodes or regular shows because of my busy schedule and his busy schedule. So it's been a month. We have not put any episodes on the musical platform, or neither on YouTube. And people are commenting, do go to other show, make their show popular. Don't do Ajantric. Don't come to us. You don't think anything about us. You don't like us. Don't do it for us. And people literally started abusing us for that, for not doing the show regularly. So that's the power. When I think that's what exactly authenticity, something new and fresh does and it do to the people.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I've started YouTube as well, and similar experience. I think COVID has given rise to a lot of these COVID babies. I hope they mature as well, and
yeah, true.
You get back to it and not sort of leave it once you get busy with your real life. But Sudeshna ji, my question for you was very quickly, and then I want to bring in Malini ji as well before she leaves in about 7 minutes. Sudeshna ji, I just want to know, as a filmmaker, how do you view the podcast medium?
See, I'll tell you, as a filmmaker, I think audio and video both play a very important role. It's not just visual. See, there were silent films, but people put audio, which is music in it. Even Charlie Chaplin, when you watch it, you have the musical accompaniment with it, and the sound and the noise. So therefore, the sound is very important. Even when we die, why do people say Ram Ram Satya Hai or talk about God? Because that's the last thing that goes. And probably that's the first thing that comes to you. The sound is an integral part of our lives. So however much your visual might be, but the sound is important. Secondly, we keep, when we are in films and when we are doing serials or when we are acting in theater, one of the things that we have to do is memorize lines. And I have seen that Indians, per se, wherever we are, our memory is very good because we are very oral people. We listen and we remember. Our sound acceptance is very, very important. That is why when the teacher teaches in class, if she's a good teacher, you don't even have to read the book. The book is later on for reference that is there. Even our great kavyas, Ramayana, Mahabharata, everything, these were actually podcasts. People narrated it and it came from one generation to another. They didn't have internet, they had human chain. So therefore, I think this has a very important place. And in cinema also, I think audio and video both play an important part. I had a friend who is no longer there. He was a very good filmmaker, Rituparna Ghosh. Maybe you all have heard about him. And he made a lot of films. And I also worked with Aparna Sen, who's also a great filmmaker from Bengal. Both these, they were very friendly. But one of the things that Aparna used to sometimes tell me, or we all used to tell Ritu, is your films, people talk. He said, then there are films where there's no talk, and nobody listens, and you don't communicate with people. So to me, it's communicating. And that is what a film also does. I'm trying to communicate with a larger audience, with like you are communicating through your podcast, through your television series, everything. This is a communication medium. And therefore, this has a bright future, especially now that we are homebound, and a person like me who loves talking. So this is I also listen, because when I listen, I remember. Like today, all the things that I've heard, really, I keep them at the back of my mind. Maybe somewhere else, I'll change. Yes. So that is very important. And I wish all of you that all of you carry on with this communication, because now I work with also Child Rights Commission, and at times we are talking about schools not reopening. But we are talking to children all over the state, all over the country, and internationally also through the net, through programs like this, through podcasts. We have started here, radio, because internet is a big problem. Therefore, we have these radio programs for children who are not privileged, underprivileged children. We have 15-minute radio programs, one day on maths and maybe storytelling, one day on English and maybe music. So 15 minutes programs each day for these children. And these we are putting up on YouTube also. And they are very popular because in villages of Bengal, maybe we cannot reach the villages internet, but audio is always easier to reach.
No,
I remember when I used to go to villages, every shop had a radio where something or the other was
No,
blaring.
absolutely. I remember there was a generation that listened to the BBC and learned to speak English better. I remember. So I think that's part of that. Malini, before you leave, I know you have to go elsewhere. What I find very interesting about your career is the fact that you have adapted to different formats. You mentioned about starting as a child with radio. Then, of course, there was the stage format. Now we see you very often on TV. And now finally is the podcast medium. So as a creative person, how difficult is it to keep switching gears? Because every one of these requires a different element of sorts. I mean, you're also doing music videos. I must say that she has a beautiful ghazal that's out that you must listen to. And I just want to know, what is it like as a creative person to be switching gears so often?
I think, Adwaita, that people are different. I think the people different. I have always been like this as a child, as a student. I have been doing a lot of things together. So singing just happened, I would say. I learned, but my elder sister always maintains that if I were a dancer, I would have been a wonderful dancer. And few days back, in fact, I acted in a Ramlila, also acted as a Shabri. So I think it is important to emote, and whoever knows how to emote, and the only condition is the person is sincere while doing it. So expressing yourself through whether it is an idea or a song or a philosophy or speaking about it, I think I like doing it, and it doesn't add any stress on me. I like the more the better, because I find it exciting. I find it good to reach out to people, like we are talking about, speaking about podcast. Advaita, it is wonderful to uh, just close your eyes and listen to wonderful podcasts. It's just wonderful to, uh, relate to that sound of the speaker, the narrator, and be one with the narrator. I think it's an amazing experience if you do it nicely. I really wish that the podcasters understand that it's a very just don't do it because it's the in thing. Do it if you have it in you, because I see a lot of not only news anchors, also the RJs who have a job of blah blah blah, talking non-stop 24/7 just because they have to engage their audience. A lot of people think podcast is also about engaging people. No, it is not. Podcast is about uh, just sharing a story, or telling them about something that happened. Maybe it's a poetry, maybe it's some nice anecdote you want to share, and your emotion, your depth, your heart into it will make the other person connect. So it's an art. Not everybody can do it, I think. Like, I will also like to add, you come from films, and it was wonderful to meet and listen to everyone, Sudeshna ji, Varsha ji. They're all from films, and they've done films. Now let us look at the heroines of present times. Not taking names, I'm not getting personal at all. I just want to tell you something. In good old days, we used to talk, listen to their person's actors' dialogue delivery,
Yes.
highs and lows, how they would speak. एक छोटा सा डायलॉग भी है तो कैसे लोग बोलते थे. Even if it was a small character artist, the way they would emote. I'm surprised and I'm sad that these detailings are not being, given that important thought today in film industry. बट लाइक आज जैसे आजकल आप पंकज कपूर इनको पंकज त्रिपाठी जी की डायलॉग डिलीवरी है highs and lows. I'm sure if they do a podcast, look at Anu Kapoor ji. I mean, he makes an excellent RJ because he's himself when he's doing a podcast. He's so full of energy, full of enthusiasm. When he's talking, you actually feel he's sitting right next to you. The other day, I was listening to one uh, old YouTube video where Dilip Kumar Sahab has come to Sadarat kar rahe hain mushaira ke. And he used to do it quite often, Dilip Kumar Saab. And what Urdu and the way he's talking, I thought he'll put, shape. सारे जो शायर हैं, उनको लगेगा कि वाह. And understanding that it's not a role, it's not a script he's reading. He was just, welcoming the guests. And I said, wow, I think this was somewhere in 70s, early 70s. And it made such wonderful just listening to him. So I really wish in theater they do it, and I think more focus and emphasis should be done how you talk. But to amateurs like us, like we don't need to do that. But not only in podcasts, I think in real life also, how you speak, what you say, how you tell, I think that defines you. That defines how easy your
Yes.
life is also going to be. It's an art which I think everybody should excel, talking well.
No, I think that's so important. And as usual, I've learned something very important from you through this as well, because one day if I ever direct, I'm going to remember what you've said just now. So that is, it's always good to talk with you, Malini ji. One always walks away from it having learned something and added value to ourselves. But we are not going to keep you. I know you need to rush elsewhere.
Yes, there is another one. I'll just mention that the next show that I need to go is Muzaffar Ali's, his birthday. I think tomorrow is his birthday. So there are 10 people we are meeting every day and discussing, and that is starting at 6 p.m. Now, he is one person, again, I learned so much from him. He is a person of, our diction, mannerism, other culture, everything. And when I used to perform, still perform for him for the Sufi concerts. So other than the Sufiana Persian accent, he would tell me where to go soft, how to do it, though he's a director. Lekin kab kya bolna hai? And when I watch Umrao Jan, I really feel that, that transformation did not happen just because she acted very well. It's a lot to do with people who guide you, mold you, and groom you. So thank you so much. Wonderful being here. And
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to leave. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, coming back to the rest of us here, we all have some connection to films. And Sudeshna ji, I want to give you a little more time to speak because Malini ji was leaving. So, I kind of had to bring her into the conversation. But I'm very curious, sound plays such an important role in films, when it comes to background score. And I'm not talking about our songs, that's part of movie making as well. But to heighten emotions and things like that. I think with the technology that's available and the art of storytelling, a lot of interesting things can be done through the medium of podcasts today.
Sure, it can be. And why just films? We were all talking about our childhood, but in Bengal, the Akashvani had theaters. Like she was talking about Hawa Mahal, we had innumerable number of theaters which were audio theaters. And now, in recent times, it has also been revived. And there, both the audio and the sound and the what you call the background score, the sound effects, all of it plays a very important part. And now they are very popular today, these sound podcasts, these sound plays, these audio plays, which, you can visualize them sometimes with the voice, the hero's voice, like she was talking about dialogues. Of course, when you're doing an audio play, the hero I still remember as a child, there was this particular voice which I loved, and I had a huge crush on him. And I thought that he was going to be my Prince Charming. When I met him, finally, he was over 50 by then, and I was a girl of 16 or 17, and he was hardly the prince, but his voice, the moment he spoke, he became a prince for me. So the voice plays a very important part, and it is still there. Even today, there are lots of I'm not saying just podcasters, there are a lot of audio artists who are much acclaimed in Bengal, and we are really, they have a huge fan base. And these are not just singers, they are also, and even in cinema, like say the way people emote or talk, acting patterns have changed. People now talk more naturally. They talk, they don't use, elaborate, because tastes have changed. Young people are not into, like this kind of thing.
Melodrama. There is no melodrama.
Yeah. Natural acting. And for that, I must say, people like, I don't want to take names, but still I can't get over the fact that Nasiruddin Shah is one of them who's fantastic as far as natural acting is concerned. Even Vicky Kaushal. I'm talking about very modern people, and they could be, like, say, for instance, when we were small, when we were young, when we heard Binaka, it was Amin Sayani. He had a way of talking. So each and every country has a different way of talking. Today, that is also, I'm not saying that is not nice, but today the times have changed. Young people want a little more today's soundscape, like with the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010, and now from 2020, soundscape has changed because of the OTT revolution, because of the internet. So therefore, we have to be part of that, and I am enjoying it. Like you were asking her, I've done every medium that is possible, and the first time I did theater as a child, then I went into television. Then I was into films. Then when television came as satellite, we did non-fiction. I did fiction. Now then when radio, FM first came in again, was revived in the mid-90s. I jumped into the FM wagon, and now the OTT and the podcasts. So therefore you have to move with the times, otherwise you'll die. It's a living death.
And that's why you stay energetic and creative and keep going.
Whether I'm energetic or not, I love life. I have no regrets, and I enjoy anything new that happens. Thank you.
Well said. We have to wrap up in 2 minutes. I've actually really enjoyed this conversation, and I want to bring in Udayan and Barsha as well. And tell me a little bit. I mean, you're actors. We're all talking down to actors or talking about actors right now, and you both have been patiently listening. I was watching a show, simple drama on TV, not on TV, on YouTube. Actually, I watch more YouTube, and there was this actor there, and he was speaking, and his, the texture of his voice changed. It became, thicker when he was filled with emotion. And he was, of course, this alpha male character. So he wasn't going to quite express, in terms of being too effusive or too emo. And I said, my God, what amazing voice quality that, you can grasp his emotions because his expression is the same by just his voice thickening. Do you when you're doing your podcast and you're actors, so you have that toolbox of skills, do you think of these different things and when to use them? And both of you, please. This is for both of you.
See, when you're podcasting, sorry, Udayan.
No, I wanted you to speak first.
Okay, thank you very much. So, like Udeshna ma'am said and Malini ma'am said, as a podcaster, the voice, the sound is the most important thing. So you have to be, if you're telling a story, if it is an interview show, then it's okay, like how you speak. It's more informations about the person you're interviewing. But when you're telling a story, it has to be dramatic. In podcast, because you're not seeing the person, you're just listening to the voice. You have to get the listeners engrossed in the story, so there you have to modulate your voice, and every word, every emotion, every word has an emotion, like if you talk about the sky, it has to be aka, it has to be like broad, it has to be wide. So that's where the sound matters. You have to modulate your voice.
Lovely.
So in podcast, like I remember listening to a show in Earshot, Podumoni Than in Lakhimpur, there is this famous temple. So the voice was so intimate. Podcast is very intimate. There's nothing, you're just listening to it. So you have to get the audience engrossed, the listeners engrossed. So that's where you have to modulate a little bit your voice. It has to be a little dramatic.
Absolutely. And I think the intimacy, you've hit it right on the head, because it is a very intimate experience. Not as intimate as reading, I have to say, but intimate nonetheless.
Hey, almost the same, you can say, actually.
Well, then please go ahead. Same question.
Yeah, see, I completely double her, because whatever she has said is absolutely correct. Because whenever we watch something for camera, if we play a character or if I have to emote any emotion, so they are my eyes. कहते हैं ना कि आंखें बातें करती है. So your eyes can speak too. But when you come to podcast or any other streaming site or any other medium when you speak, your voice you have to modulate your voice, because your voice then becomes your eyes, your hands, everything to express that emotion, so that whenever a listener listen to you with her or his eyes closed, can actually see the picture right in front of her or him, that this is exactly what happening. And to make them feel that, you have to model your voice. Sometimes when you cry, you actually have to make them feel that you are crying your heart out. So yeah, that is something very important. And like she already mentioned and she has said, so if it's something with the storytelling, then definitely we have to change our voices, and that is something which being an actor really help us. And if you're doing an interview show, any fun shows, then be you. Don't try to change you. When you are just doing a casual show, then be you. People know me as Yudi, and whenever they listen to me for any show, they would love to hear my voice, what I'm saying at that moment. But if I'm playing any drama on podcast, then it's completely a different story altogether. So yeah, of course you have to model your voice, and voice is the game here in podcast. That's what will make you go all over the place. If you have the beautiful voice, if you know how to model it.
Right.
In this connection, I'd like to make one last point, which is, say, songs of Kishore Kumar. When he sang for each actor that he was representing, playback, his voice would sound like that actor. He would somehow, like today, during pujas, a lot of old numbers were being played, and I said, "Oh, that's Rajesh Khanna. Oh, that's Amitabh Bachchan. That's so and so." It's because Kishore Kumar was a good actor, voice actor. So, like in songs, you change. You have to change it when you're acting out something.
This identifying one's voice is very interesting. Something that I have actually learned about myself, my audience, during this pandemic. Like, this pandemic is a blessing in disguise for all actors, because we can go out with mask and headgear, so that I always used to think, acha hua, abhi to log nahi pehchanenge hame. But then if I speak something in the crowd, people like, Borokharani? Is that Borokharani speaking? So that is very interesting. How strong voice sound is, so strong. It's a strong medium. I've realized, like, it should be used
and
in
it's
a
strong
proper
because
way.
that's you, by the way.
Thank you, Yudi. So I really want to do something very good show.
I said you must.
If I go on the market and buy something, buy some, so side DJ.
No,
please come to my show then.
Voice is identification for you. That is the identity you develop as well.
मेरी आवाज ही पहचान.
That's what exactly I wanted to put in between. we were shooting, like I mentioned earlier, we were shooting for a song yesterday. So she was my lead heroine. So we were talking about this session, what we are having today, what we are going through now. So I was telling her that we'll do at the end. We'll tell them, "Hamari आवाज ही पहचान है गरिया दो." So now she sang that. Thank you.
You all are competing with Alexa and Siri now.
Sorry?
Because I said everyone's competing with Alexa and Siri now because they've taken over the world and they have very distinct voices. I can imagine like kids like recognizing Alexa and Siri's voice before they do anyone else's. But the world is changing so rapidly, and sound and voice and just such a fascinating conversation with people from the creative arts in different.
And human race is always fascinated towards new things. That's what I have learned at big time. Like people love to try out new things. So when it was radio, people went mad about radio. When it's television, they went mad about television. When it's cinema, it's cinema. When it's radio, it's podcast is a big thing now. It's going to be one of the biggest thing in next 1 or 2 years. I can say in India. In India, it's already booming, but in Assam for sure.
No, even and also okay, I'm being told to wrap up because so we better wrap up now. But also I think Earshot 1 year anniversary. Congratulations, made in India, all India podcast platform. Really wishing them all the very best. I think they're going to be competing with the giants and international giants, and I'm really proud that we have an all India setup that's leading the way. But thank you everybody for joining us. I hope we get an opportunity to interact again. I enjoyed this thoroughly.
Thank you. I really love your name.
Interacting as well with you and the others.
At the end.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's a wrap from me.
And again,
Oh, he's gone. Oh, then I can't hear you now. I think they want us to leave, but we're still live. Bye, everyone. Stay safe.
What an incredible, fantastic day we have had so far. Earshot Podfest आप देख रहे थे, सुन रहे थे, इतने सारे पैनलिस्ट आए, बहुत कुछ हम लोगों ने पॉडफेस्ट में किया. कंप्लीट 5 सेशंस, एक के बाद एक पैक्ड सेशंस, बहुत ही बढ़िया सेशंस रहे हैं. बट इसके आगे पॉडफेस्ट में क्या है? बिफोर आई रैप अप, मैं आपको एक चीज बताना चाहूंगा. ऑलमोस्ट 2 years back, when we started, there was just an idea. सिर्फ एक आइडिया था और एक नाम था ईयरशॉट. मजरू सुल्तानपुरी, जो कि फेमस शायर हैं, लिरिसिस्ट हैं, और बॉलीवुड में बहुत गाने लिखे हैं, उनका एक शेर था, मैं तो अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर. मैं तो अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर, लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. यही कुछ हमारे साथ हुआ. माय को-फाउंडर्स इन ईयरशॉट, Gaurav Chaudhary, Abhijit Majumdar, Rohit Upadhyay. When we came along, we came together. We had just one thought: कि audio content करना है. We would be making fantastic quality audio content, and then rest was scattered thoughts. और सिर्फ एक नाम था हमारे पास, Earshot. उसके बाद 2 COVID waves hit हुई. We kept on working. October 19th last year we started. So officially. टेक्निकली तो नहीं, लेकिन ऑफिशियली 1 साल हमारे ऑपरेशंस को पूरा हो चुका है. इन 1 सालों में हमने 400+ hours ऑफ कंटेंट किया है, 5 लैंग्वेजेस में कंटेंट किया है, एंड दोज इंक्लूड्स इंग्लिश, हिंदी, बांग्ला, असमीज, भोजपुरी. वी आर गोइंग टू ऐड 4 to 5 more languages very soon. It's 400+ hours of content में. It is very, very well researched content of a strong team of 24 people as of now, which will be scaling up very soon. उन लोगों की मेहनत, फैक्ट चेकिंग, रिसर्च, ग्रेट प्रोडक्शन has brought us here where we are sitting with you. We have had your best wishes. हमारे साथ में हमारे दोस्त, resources that we have worked together. हम सब ने मिलकर Earshot बनाया है. Earshot में इसके आगे क्या है? And ये 400+ hours of content जो हो चुका है, that is there. Earshot.in पर you can download Earshot app also. बोथ एंड्रॉयड, iOS में अवेलेबल है, तो आप डाउनलोड कीजिए. आप सब फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट आराम से ये सब सुन सकते हैं और महसूस कर सकते हैं. ऑल्सो वी आर द फर्स्ट वन, एटलीस्ट इन इंडिया, हो सकता है एशिया में भी, Dolby Atmos-enabled platform, which means एक बार आप अपना ईयर प्लग लगाएंगे एंड यू कैन एंजॉय दैट सराउंड साउंड वाला जो मैजिक होता है प्रोडक्शन का, वो आप एंजॉय कर सकते हैं. एंड ये सिर्फ Earshot में ही पॉसिबल है एज ऑफ नाउ. और आगे के लिए हमारे लिए क्या है, तो आज मैं 5 जबरदस्त सीरीज जो हम आज आपके लिए उसके ग्लिम्स देंगे, आपको स्निपेट्स देंगे, जो विच आर कमिंग सून ऑन Earshot. उसमें सबसे पहले है एक सीरीज जिसका नाम है शी किल्स. वैसे मैं जेंडर इक्वालिटी की बात करता हूँ. आई थिंक इन ऑल वॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ जेंडर इक्वालिटी होनी चाहिए, लेकिन क्राइम में जेंडर इक्वालिटी मेरे ख्याल से नहीं होना चाहिए. और अभी तक मेल्स को ब्रूटल क्राइम से एसोसिएट करके देखा जाता रहा है, लेकिन सीरियल किलिंग, मोस्ट ब्रूटल मर्डर्स, इवन women can commit, you know, even ladies can kill. औरतें भी अपराध कर सकती हैं. She Kills is about those notorious serial killers. और serial killers का ये जो पूरा She Kills सीरीज है, इसको होस्ट करने वाली हैं अद्वैता काला. लेकिन इससे पहले कि मैं She Kills के लिए आपसे और बात करूं, सबसे पहले ये स्निपेट आपके लिए, coming for you. She Kills right here, right now on Earshot. There.
Earshot, here and now.
तो ये आपको एक्सक्लूसिवली श्री किल्स ईयरशॉट पर सुनने को मिलेगा। इसके बाद एक और एक्सेप्शनल वेरी वेल रिसर्च सीरीज है जिसमें आपको बाकायदा उन क्रिमिनल्स की आवाज भी सुनाई दी जाएगी जो ये क्राइम कमिट करते हैं। साइबर क्राइम हैज बिकम वन ऑफ द मोस्ट फोकस सब्जेक्ट्स, क्योंकि साइबर क्राइम कहां से होते हैं, कौन करता है, पता नहीं चलता है। यूजुअली पीपल थिंक कि जो सो कॉल्ड टेक्निकली साउंड माइंड होते हैं वो बहुत पढ़े लिखे लोग होते हैं, बट ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। जामतारा जो हमने सीरीज देखी है ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे और जामतारा के बारे में सुना है, दैट इज वन ऑफ इट्स काइंड ऑफ अ क्राइम। लेकिन एक और सीरीज है जो हम आपके लिए लेकर आ रहे हैं जिसका नाम है मास्टर जी। मास्टर जी उन कुछ लोगों की बारे में है जो यूपी बिहार के छोटे से गांव, दुमका और इस तरह के छोटे जिलों से क्राइम करते हैं, वो भी साइबर क्राइम करते हैं, और उन्होंने किसी को नहीं बख्शा है। बड़े से बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज, चाहे वो बॉलीवुड हो, चाहे वो पॉलिटिशियंस हो, आईएएस ऑफिसर्स हो, उन तक को इन लोगों ने ठगा है। मास्टर जी सीरीज ऐसे ही क्रिमिनल्स के बारे में है, वेल रिसर्च, ब्यूटीफुली प्रोड्यूस्ड बाय आवर ईयरशॉट प्रोडक्शन टीम, कमिंग अप फॉर यू राइट हियर।
हाय सर, मैं आपके बैंक से कॉल कर रही थी केवाईसी अपडेट के लिए।
मैम आपका इंश्योरेंस लैप्स हो रहा है।
सर शॉपिंग वेबसाइट पे आपने प्राइस जीता है, अपना अकाउंट नंबर बताइएगा।
अरे मेरे अकाउंट से 10,000 कहाँ गए? अरे मेरे अकाउंट से 50,000 कैसे चले गए?
जब लोग 9 से 5 अपने ऑफिसेज में काम करते हैं, झारखंड के 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स दुमका और जमतारा के नौजवान यहाँ के जंगलों से चलाते हैं फ्रॉड कॉल इंडस्ट्री। मास्टर जी कहानी है इंडिया के 2 सबसे खतरनाक गैंग्स की, जिसे दुमका से प्रदीप मंडल, उसका साथी अल्ताफ अंसारी और गुलाम यानी मास्टर जी जमतारा से चलाते थे। एक दूसरे से 70 किलोमीटर दूर बसे इन दोनों गांवों ने झारखंड को साइबर क्राइम का हब बना दिया है। बॉलीवुड सेलिब्रिटीज, पॉलिटिशियंस, जजेस, आईपीएस, आईएएस सभी इनके शिकार बन चुके हैं। शायद ही इंडिया की कोई पुलिस हो जिनकी हिट लिस्ट में इनका नाम नहीं था। मास्टर जी अ ट्रू साइबर क्राइम शो जल्द आ रहा है ईयरशॉट पर। मास्टर जी
Earshot, here and now.
तो मास्टर जी ये सुनना आप मत भूलिएगा, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सीरीज होने वाली है ये। इसके अलावा अब चलिए थोड़ी सी क्राइम क्रिमिनल्स के बारे में बात खत्म करते हैं। एक सीरीज जो हम आपके लिए लेकर आए हैं, अगर आप बांग्ला के शौकीन हैं, बांग्ला सुनना चाहते हैं, ये सीरीज है, बहुत ही इंट्रीगिंग लव स्टोरी है। इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल लव स्टोरी। आजकल स्पेशली हम लव जिहाद और तमाम बातें करते रहते हैं, लेकिन प्यार प्यार होता है और प्यार सरहदें नहीं देखता, बॉर्डर्स नहीं देखता है। ये जो सीरीज है ये है 2 लोगों के बारे में, हिंदू लड़का जो कि बांग्लादेश से है और एक मुस्लिम लड़की जो कि कोलकाता से है। वो जर्नलिस्ट है, ये जो हिंदू लड़का है ये एक ब्लॉगर है। इन दोनों के बीच कैसे प्यार पनपता है और उसमें फिर क्या होता है, ये सब कुछ आपको सुनने को मिलेगा। फिक्शन है ये, इसमें कुछ भी फैक्ट नहीं है, बट ये फिक्शन सीरीज कितनी खूबसूरती से इंसानी फीलिंग्स को, उनके एहसासों को बता सकती है, ये आप सुनिएगा जशोर रोड में। इसमें जो खास बात है वो ये है कि 2 टॉप फिल्म स्टार जो हैं, इंद्रनील सेनगुप्ता जो कि बांग्ला फिल्म्स के टॉप स्टार हैं, उनको आपने कहीं ना कहीं देखा होगा। कहानी नाम की मूवी आई थी, उसमें भी इंद्रनील सेनगुप्ता को आपने देखा होगा। साथ में आरिफा जमान मौसमी जो कि बांग्लादेश की फिल्म स्टार हैं, इन दोनों ने वॉइसिंग किया है। ये दोनों वो कैरेक्टर्स प्ले कर रहे हैं। तो ये जशोर रोड का प्रोमो आपके लिए ईयरशॉट पर।
এই জায়গাটা কি অদ্ভুত না? চারদিক দিয়ে এক একটা রাস্তা যেন পাহারায় মোতায়েন, অথচ এখান থেকেই হয়তো আস্তে আস্তে অনেকগুলো পথ নিজের উদ্দেশ্য খুঁজে নেবে। তোর পথ কিন্তু আমার বাসায় মিশেছে।
আমার বাড়ির রাস্তা তোমার বাসাতে মিলায় আকাশ, এই কথাটা সেদিন আমায় বড্ড ভাবিয়েছিল।
আচ্ছা মেরিন, তোর ইউনিভার্সের পথগুলো যদি পথ ভুল করেই আমার ইউনিভার্সে ঢুকে পড়তো, তবে কি ক্যাকোফনি হতো নাকি কবিতা? হোয়াট ইফ প্যারেন, হোয়াট ইফ?
ও যে আমার উত্তরের অপেক্ষায়, সেটাই 15 দিনে একাধিক কবিতার পংক্তি পাঠিয়ে আমায় বুঝিয়েছে।
এত অভিমান তোর মেহরিন? তুইও কি এত বছর আমাকে বাঁচিয়ে রেখেছিলি মনের কোণে? আমার মতন কি তোরও রাত জাগা তারাদের গল্প শুনতে ভালো লাগে?
Earshot, here and now.
बांग्ला की मिठास ही अलग है, मजा आता है सुनने में, मजा आता है। और जहां तक बांग्ला की बात है, चेशोर रोड आपको सुनने को मिलेगा ये शॉर्ट पर। अब बात करते हैं एक और खूबसूरत लैंग्वेज की, जिसके बारे में हम उतना सोचते नहीं, क्योंकि अगर हम नॉर्थ में हैं तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में जिक्र नहीं होता। हम बात कर रहे हैं असमीज की। असमीज एक ऐसी भाषा है जो कि कहीं ना कहीं बांग्ला, उड़िया थोड़ी बहुत आपस में मिलती हैं लैंग्वेजेस, लेकिन आसाम के बारे में हमें सिवाय चाय के और कुछ नहीं मालूम, या हम बिहू के बारे में बात कर लेते हैं। लेकिन आसाम का हमारी हिंदुस्तान की हिस्ट्री में कितना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, ये हम भूले बैठे हैं। पानीपत, हल्दी घाटी की लड़ाई के बारे में बात करते हैं, हम वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री के बारे में बात करते हैं, हम बात करते हैं फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर के बारे में, सेकंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बारे में बात करते हैं। लेकिन प्री इंडिपेंडेंस मुगल काल में एक ऐसी वॉर हुई थी जिसके बारे में हिस्ट्री ने हमें नहीं बताया है, या हमें हमारी कोर्स बुक्स ने नहीं सिखाया है। ये एकदम ट्रू हिस्ट्री है जो हम लेकर आ रहे हैं ईयर शॉर्ट पर आपके लिए। ये फर्स्ट नेवल या मैरीटाइम वॉर या बैटल की हम बात कर रहे हैं। इसका नाम है सराय घाट। ये असम में वॉर हुई थी, ब्रह्मपुत्र पे ये वॉर लड़ी गई थी। ब्रह्मपुत्र जो नदी है, और औरंगजेब की सेना के साथ लचित बरफुकन ने ये लड़ाई लड़ी थी। इस वॉर के बाद औरंगजेब ने कभी आसाम की तरफ आंख उठा के नहीं देखा था। इस सीरीज को स्पेशली नरेट कर रहे हैं भारत रत्न भूपेन हजारिका के जो नेफ्यू हैं, उनके खुद के भतीजे हैं। उनका नाम है मयूख हजारिका। उनको हम लेकर आए हैं। प्लीज लिसन टू सराय घाट। व्हाट अ ब्रिलियंट सीरीज इट्स गोइंग टू बी जस्ट फॉर यू ऑन ईयरशॉट। सराय घाट।
সকলোৱে জানি থওক, দেশতকৈ মোমাই
মোৰ বুকুৱেদি উজাই আহিছিল মোগলে, ৰাঙলী হৈছিল মোৰ বুকু।
এনে এটা দিন আহিবলৈ আৰু বেছি পৰ নাই ৰামসিংহ, যিটো দিনত প্ৰতিজন ভাৰতীয়ই দীক্ষিত হ'ব ইছলামত। ইছলামৰ শাসন প্ৰতিষ্ঠা হ'ব প্ৰান্তে প্ৰান্তে।
তেনে গৌৰৱ গাথা যিয়ে আজিও মোক স্মৃতিৰ বুকুচাত উঠি বিজয় উৎসৱ পালন কৰিবলৈ উত্ৰাৱল কৰি তোলে, সেই সদাজীৱন্ত কাহিনীৰ নামেই হ'ল শৰাইঘাটৰ যুদ্ধ।
Earshot, here and now.
So don't miss the Battle of Sarai Ghat only on Earshot. हमारी कोशिश ये भी रहेगी कि असमीज के अलावा इसको हम हिंदी में भी ला सकें, सो दैट जो लोग असमीज नहीं समझ सकते उनको सराय घाट के बारे में हिंदी में या और किसी भाषा में हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा जानकारी दे सकें। It's going to be an experiential series and kind of an audio film, The Battle of Sarai Ghat। सुनना न भूलें। इसके अलावा अब लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट एक ऐसी लैंग्वेज जिसको हम समझते हैं कि भाई ये सिर्फ बिहार या ये सिर्फ ये भाषा यूपी के कुछ बेल्ट्स में बोली जाती है, ये एक आंचलिक भाषा है। लेकिन आपको ये जान के आश्चर्य होगा कि आंचलिक भाषा नहीं है, इट्स एन इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूं भोजपुरी की। शिव नारायण चंद्रपाल, राम नरेश सरवन, वीएस नायपॉल, अनिरुद्ध जगन्नाथ, इतनी सारी पूरी लिस्ट है। जब मैं ये नाम लेता हूं तो इसमें कॉमन क्या है? ये कॉमन है भोजपुरी, भोजपुर उस बेल्ट के, बिहार यूपी के उस बेल्ट के वो लोग जो जनरेशंस पहले किसी तरह मॉरिशस, कैरिबियंस, नेदरलैंड, सूरीनाम, फीजी ऐसी जगहों पे पहुंचे, जिनको मालूम नहीं था वो कहां जा रहे हैं, वो अपना देश छोड़ना भी नहीं चाहते थे, लेकिन उसके बाद जनरेशंस पे पहुंच के उनके दिल पे क्या बीती, ये कंप्लीटली इस सीरीज के बारे में है। और उनके ऊपर क्या बीती है, उनके ऊपर कितने जुल्म हुए, उसके बाद जनरेशंस दर जनरेशंस न सिर्फ एक मजदूर की हैसियत से उन्होंने वहां पे काम किया, बल्कि अपना एक नया मुकाम बनाया, हिंदुस्तान का नाम ऊंचा किया उन सारे नेशंस में जहां पे कभी वो मजदूर बन के गए थे। मैं बात कर रहा हूं इस सीरीज की जिसका नाम है सात समंदर पार। ईयर शॉट पर सात समंदर पार में जो नरेशन है, हमारी जो होस्ट हैं वो फेमस सिंगर, फोक सिंगर मालिनी अवस्थी जी हैं। मालिनी अवस्थी जी ने इतनी खूबसूरती से वो टीज जो उन मजदूरों की है जो कभी अपना देश छोड़ के गए थे और उसके बाद उन्होंने हिंदुस्तान का नाम सरहद के पार ऊंचा किया, वही है सात समंदर पार। प्लीज लिसन टू दिस।
ये कहानी हा भोजपुरी के सात समुंदर पार गईला के।
सफर शुरू होता बंगाल के खाड़ी से, काहे के एहवा से जुटावल गई बेरोजगार नौजवान लोग के एटलस जहाज में बैल गोरू लेखान ठूस दिहल गई। पुरनका जमाना के जहाज आगे बढ़ गए आ हो गई सफर के शुरुआत। नमस्कार, हम हई मालिनी अवस्थी। स्वागत बा रउआ लोगन के ईयर शॉट भोजपुरी पर। हमरा संगे आप लोग सुना तानी भोजपुरी सात समंदर पार।
Earshot, here and now.
भोजपुरी सात समंदर पार ही आपको सुनने को मिलेगा मालिनी अवस्थी की आवाज में, और इस सीरीज को लिखा है मनीष मासूम ने। ईयर शॉट पर फिलहाल इतना ही। पॉडफेस्ट बेशक इस बार खत्म हो रहा है। बहुत जबरदस्त दिन रहा है, बहुत कुछ इसमें सुनने को सीखने को हम लोगों को मिला है, आपसे जानने को बहुत कुछ मिलेगा हमें। वी आर जस्ट होपिंग दैट ये आपको हमारी जितनी सीरीज है, जितना हमारा कंटेंट है वो पसंद आ रहा है। इन केस अगर आप हमें लिखना भी चाहते हैं सो यू कैन राइट टू अस एज वेल। ईयर शॉट पर फिलहाल इतना ही, और भी ढेर सारी बातें चलती रहेंगी, इवेंट्स आते रहेंगे। ईयर शॉट के साथ बने रहें। मैं हूं सौरभ भ्रमर आपके साथ। थैंक यू सो मच।
Hello and welcome to the final session of Podfest 2021, brought to you by Earshot. We have had an engrossing day both from inside, engrossing day both from the level of conversations, and we are absolutely delighted to have reached this stage today. There were a few minor technical glitches, but we have taken it in our stride, and we are extremely grateful to our guests and speakers who have also taken it in their stride. It's a special day for us. This day will remain special for us forever. October 19th, 2020, we went live. Today, we turn one. One year is a very small speck in the continuum of time, but for us, it's been a year of fulfillment. It's been a year of great and deep lessons. When we decided to launch Earshot, it was Abhijit, me, Rohit, Saurav, and Nagendra. When we decided to get together and go down this road, we didn't anticipate many things. We had a vision in mind. We had a belief. We had an idea. We didn't really know what shape and size the idea will take. But we also did not anticipate a few events that would probably change the way the world lives. One of them is obviously COVID-19. Everyone is talking about the new normal, but we still believe, but now we see that a new normal as one we were talking about in March 2020 or April 2020 probably is a mirage. Is there an end line to COVID-19? We do not know. But what we have learned is that COVID-19, we have reached this stage. Our journey has been peppered and punctuated by two deadly COVID waves. We have lost colleagues, we have lost friends, we have worked from home, and we have learned to live with all kinds of difficulties and challenges that we were not prepared for. We could not plan for many things. But what we did, however, was never relent on our passion to build something that we very strongly believed in. And that is why we are where we are. It's been a year. It's been extremely riveting. It's been extremely fulfilling. There are more than 400 hours of very riveting and compelling podcasts on our platform. We like to believe that we are creating India's and perhaps the world's only destination for audio originals in so many languages. We are currently in 5 languages: English, Hindi, Bengali, Assamese, and Bhojpuri. These are all Indian languages. English also is an Indian language because all of us here believe that English is an Indian language that was accidentally discovered in England. As we get along, and so as Saurav had said in the previous session, we'll be adding more languages, mainly Punjabi, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, and Gujarati. Over the next 12 months, we'll probably be present in 15 languages. Some of them could also be international languages. And there are many Indian languages which are international, officially international. Tamil, for instance, is an official language in 3 countries: India, Sri Lanka, and Singapore. Likewise, Punjabi and Telugu and Malayalam are widely spoken because of the very strong expat population. But apart from these so-called official languages, we'll also venture into languages, and that we have amply demonstrated by launching a service in Bhojpuri. In fact, Bhojpuri is one of the first services, first lot of languages that we got into. The reason is that we believe, while regardless of the fact that it may not be an official language, a large number of people in India speak Bhojpuri. And why in India and overseas? And as one of our upcoming shows will show you, Bhojpuri is spoken very widely in places like the Netherlands and the West Indies and Mauritius. So we thought that just because Bhojpuri is not an official language doesn't mean that we should not be producing great content in language. And we wanted to prove that to the world, which we have amply demonstrated now. The reason I'm saying all of this is that we'll also be in languages which might pass off as non-official languages. Like for instance, there could be dialects which are very widely spoken, but are not official languages in the technical sense. But we'll nevertheless get into content in these kind of languages as well. We'll get into we have plans to get into international languages, which are also not Indian languages. Say, for instance, at some point in time, we may plan to get into Mandarin. We may decide to get into Vietnamese. and Arabic obviously is also an Indian language. Arabic is very much on the radar. In the next 2 quarters, we should be launching our Arabic service. Incidentally, we have already set our footprint in the Middle East and North Africa region. We have a tie-up with Angami, which is like the Spotify of the Middle Eastern region. We will also be venturing into, from Dubai, we have already set up an office, a representative office in Dubai, and we'll soon be venturing into Southeast Asia. Our next stop there overseas after Dubai is going to be Singapore, and that's going to be very, very soon. This is, as I said, this is a very special day, which it's also very overwhelming for all of us here, the founding team. And I, on behalf of the entire founding team, particularly the founders, Abhijit Majumdar, Rohit Upadhyay, who is hooking up live from Dubai. He's traveling in Dubai now. Saurabh Brahmer, which you listen to his very engrossing presentation of what's coming up on the latest signature shows that will be up on Earshot very soon. And Nagendra Sharma, who's been heading the newsroom operations since the time of its inception. And also the extremely passionate and remarkably committed founding team that we have here. We come from different ideologies, different backgrounds, different languages. But one thing is very common, and that's very strong, which is something is only going to get stronger and stronger, because we believe that this idea is taking shape much more rapidly than probably even we would have anticipated. It's my pleasure to actually extend my thanks to all the speakers, all the guests who have joined in from various parts of the world. We have Patrick Roger of Adlis joining in from Paris in France. We have people who have joined in from places like Dubai. Say, for instance, Abe Thomas joined, as CEO of Reliance Broadcast, joined in from India. But Shubhashankar Chatterjee, who professor of media practice and audio evangelist, and also one of our brand evangelists, was supposed to join from Nainital, but he could not join because of the torrential rains that is sweeping Uttarakhand currently. Anuj Siddharth of MediaTek joined us here from India. Vijayan Khatri, head of marketing of Middle East of Reddington Gulf, actually joined us from Dubai. Sunny Sen, co-founder and CEO of Consent, is also one of our tech partners, in the sense that they're helping us set up a freemium service where and also create a sachet payment kind of a concept where people pay per listen instead of paying for the entire platform. We are thankful to him for having very intelligently conducted the technology session, which is very adapted. Samir said, Director Marketing India, Dolby Laboratories. Dolby is one of our partners. Thanks to him, again, we have been getting first access to the Dolby technology, so the very immersive and out of the world listening acoustic experience that comes from listening to our podcast is a large part of that credit should also be apportioned to Dolby Laboratories. Ken Phillip, co-founder of Opalina Technologies. Opalina has been with us from day one, have helped us build the app that it is, both the Android and the iOS version and also the mobile web version. Hemant Sajnani, President Technology, Digital TV9 Network, is one of the big names in the media content space so far as tech is concerned. Mai Thomas, podcaster. Mantramugh, actor. Nilesh Mishra, one of India's most famous audio storytellers. Advaita Kala, a screenplay writer and anchor. Malini Avasti, singer. Sudeshna Roy, filmmaker. Udayan Jura and Barakharani Bikhaya joined us from Guwahati. Thanks to all of you who joined us, and thanks to the hundreds of listeners who logged into our Facebook and YouTube accounts, YouTube channels, to actually listen into the very insightful and riveting conversation that took place throughout the day. As I again apologize for the technical glitches that may have come about, but that's part and parcel of the digital and the virtual world that we live in. Next time, when we meet on this day, maybe by 2022, we are quite hopeful that COVID-19 or the deadly effects or the deadly consequences of COVID will be thankfully behind us. We should be able to meet in a physical location, make this much more bigger, make this much more riveting, and also Earshot would have been 2 years old, which is and in a much bigger, much technologically evolved avatar. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining in. Stay tuned to Earshot.in.